and give up personal freedoms in return for economic benefits. There was a serious housing crisis in Libya at the time. However, local building contractors inside Libya were inexperienced in how to correctly build large housing projects. This ironically led to near total dependence on foreign companies. Gaddafi made the problem worse by creating socialist laws that stated, quote, no one has the right to build a house additional to his own for the purpose of renting it. This prevented the private sector from having any incentive to build property in Libya. We'll see, this is the
All
very
right
thing that
then.
will come back to haunt Gaddafi later. According to Gaddafi's Green Book manifesto, he wanted to unite the entire African continent under one single rule that would make them powerful enough to stand up to foreign intervention. Starting in 1978, Gaddafi launched military campaigns into neighboring Chad in an attempt to acquire a strip of land that was rich in uranium deposits, a resource necessary for developing nuclear weapons. The French military intervened with 3,500 soldiers and bomber aircraft to protect Chad. They successfully stopped Gaddafi from illegally seizing this land. It's times like this where you can see where people might get selective memory and only remember the times where military intervention successfully stopped wider war. Gaddafi also led military campaigns into Egypt in the late 1970s, further destabilizing the North African region. His armies included very young soldiers, and he was famous for making political opponents disappear. He was known for his unique, personal style that included flowing robes, sunglasses, and elaborate headgear. When he traveled to a foreign country, he would set up a giant Bedouin tent outside like he was still a nomad traveling the desert. These actions earned him many nicknames like the Mad Dog of the Middle East. Gaddafi didn't have the same set of tools to project power as the United States. He didn't have the ability to build aircraft carriers, but he could use his massive oil revenues to fund unconventional means to attain power. He backed an endless string of clandestine attacks abroad, bombings in Britain. In 1972, he attempted to buy a nuclear weapon from the People's Republic of China. After the deal fell through, he tried again with Pakistan and India, which also failed. But he still had one other power lever, the oil. After the 1973 oil crisis, when the rest of the Arab world had lifted their oil embargoes, Gaddafi refused, further isolating him internationally. Gaddafi needed to secure powerful friends in order to stay in power. He turned to Russia and other members of the Eastern Bloc. There's a popular Bedouin saying that I think helps explain Gaddafi's foreign policy. I and my brother are against my cousin. I and my cousin are against the stranger. The Eastern Bloc was the cousin, and the Western powers were the stranger in this instance. So by the 1980s, after a decade of tit-for-tat conflict with the United States, Gaddafi was in a weakened position. In the 1980s, oil prices had dropped from their peak of $30 per barrel to $12, which meant Gaddafi's revenue was significantly slashed. His ability to make good on his promises of free social programs and housing was falling apart, which is always a bad sign. To make matters worse for him, the United Nations sanctioned Libya in 1992, making the housing crisis even worse when it reached a shortage of 70,000 homes at its peak. Gaddafi was not following through on his promises to provide for his people, but one last window of opportunity was about to open for him. You might think that after decades of sponsoring terror attacks across the world, Gaddafi would cheer on the September 11th terror attacks in New York City. But instead, he did the exact opposite, describing the attacks as quote-unquote horrifying. And he urged Muslims and aid groups to join international assistance efforts in the United States. He said, quote, regardless of political considerations or differences between America and the peoples of the world. On December 19, 2003, Gaddafi made a shocking announcement. He agreed to dismantle his nuclear weapons program, and his government took responsibility for past terror attacks on civilians, even offering compensation to the victims. But why the change of heart all of a sudden? He might have recognized the gravity of the situation in the United States and wanted to avoid any repercussions or any potential regime change or an invasion inside his own nation. During the subsequent war on terror, many dictators like Gaddafi worldwide sought to use the label of quote-unquote extremist terrorism to brand the existing opposition rebel groups within their own countries. So basically, the authoritarian Gaddafi was trying to crush any resistance movements inside his own nation. In response to Libya's cooperation and disarmament efforts, the United Nations lifted sanctions, and the United States removed Libya from its list of state sponsors of terrorism in 2007. This positive shift in relations was further emphasized when the United States utilized Libya's airbase during Operation Enduring Freedom inside Afghanistan. It seemed like tensions between Libya and Western nations were finally easing for the first time, paving the way for a more positive and cooperative relationship. However, the people of Libya had grown disillusioned with Gaddafi's unfulfilled promises. Despite his 4 decades-long rule, the citizens continued to endure poverty while awaiting the constructions of the homes that they'd been promised. Meanwhile, Gaddafi had amassed a substantial private fortune for himself and his family. Him and his inner circle lived a lavish lifestyle. The spark that ignited the desire for change by the people of Libya can be linked to a broader regional trend. It's possible that after seeing the dictator Saddam Hussein toppled, nearby Arab countries began yearning for freedom from oppressive rule. This sentiment culminated in what was called the 2011 Arab Spring, characterized by a series of uprising and armed rebellions that rapidly spread throughout the Arab world. The overarching demands in this movement included solutions to issues like unemployment, human rights abuses, and political corruption. In neighboring Tunisia and Egypt, long-standing rulers were overthrown, setting off a wave of regime change and intense conflict across the region. The first signs of widespread protests inside Libya emerged on January 13, 2011, as the people began to voice their grievances. The catalyst for these protests was the demand for the very housing that Gaddafi had pledged to provide when he initially assumed power in 1969. These protests swiftly evolved into a full-fledged uprising by February 2011. In response, various rebel factions coalesced under the banner of what was called the National Transitional Council, with the shared objective of toppling Gaddafi. This marked the onset of a full-blown civil war in the country. The seeds of war are often planted decades or centuries before bullets and shells are even fired. By the end of February, rebel NTC forces had seized half the country from Gaddafi's Tripoli-based regime. Gaddafi's forces approached Benghazi to stop them, stating, quote, "We're coming tonight and there will be no mercy." The world watched on, certain a massacre was about to happen. Journalists covering the conflict had already been targeted and killed. Gaddafi had already ordered indiscriminate artillery and cluster bomb shelling of civilians at the siege of Misrata. It was these atrocities that led to the NTC rebel group begging the international community to enforce a no-fly zone over Libya to stop Gaddafi's aerial bombardment. The Arab League, which is a coalition of 22 different member states in the region, agreed to this idea of a no-fly zone. The fact that the Arab League asked for intervention lent credibility to any foreign action because it appeared like the region itself was asking for help. The UN Security Council vote resulted in 10 members in favor, none opposed, and 5 abstentions from Germany, Brazil, India, China, and Russia. Operation Unified Protector began, and a no-fly zone was enforced. Ultimately, a coalition of 17 different countries, led by U.S. Air Force power, intervened in Libya. But the fact remains, the coalition was largely led and supported by NATO and the United States. It wouldn't have happened without the United States' go-ahead. What we're about to learn is the unintended, sometimes negative consequences that military intervention can have. A-10 ground attack aircraft, B-2 stealth bombers were guided onto targets by a number of elite CIA operatives who were already on the ground inside Libya. These CIA operators worked out of safe houses and annexes on the ground to gather intelligence and send coordinates for precision-guided airstrikes on Gaddafi's armored elements. These were launched from the USS Enterprise, one of the United States Navy Nimitz-class aircraft carriers. Its air wing carried out strike missions and provided air support during the entire operation. We're going to learn how 2 aircraft carriers can topple entire governments, because the French also sent their Charles de Gaulle carrier in support. But what exactly was the goal here? Was it to stop the war, or was it to overthrow Gaddafi? If the plan was to get rid of the ruthless dictator, what would replace him?
Our military mission in Libya is clear and focused. Along with our allies and partners, we're enforcing the mandate of the United Nations Security Council. We're protecting the Libyan people from Gaddafi's forces.
The mandate Obama is talking about is what's called the right to protect policy. This was adopted only 6 years prior at the 2005 NATO World Summit. The quote-unquote right to protect asserted that the international community had a responsibility to intervene in cases where a state failed to protect its own citizens from mass atrocities. After only 9 days of American air bombardment, Gaddafi's forces lost air superiority, and they lost the ability to bomb civilians or enemy targets. However, US military involvement didn't stop there. By September 20th, NATO had flown a total of 23,350 sorties. They'd spent more than $700 million in the course of only 2 months. At this point, practically all nations recognized the NTC rebel group as the legitimate government in Libya. By September 15, 2011, NTC forces encircled the last holdout of Gaddafi's loyalist troops. Gaddafi tried to escape encirclement and departed Sirte in a convoy of 75 vehicles, and he would make his last stand only a few miles away from where he was born. At 8:30 a.m. local time, NATO assault aircraft struck Gaddafi's convoy with air-to-ground missiles. The official NATO press release from the time states, quote, "The vehicle had a substantial number of mounted weapons and ammunition, posing a significant threat to the local civilian population." The NATO statement goes on to say, quote, "As a matter of policy, NATO does not target individuals. We later learned from open sources and Allied intelligence that Gaddafi was in the convoy and that the strike likely contributed to his capture." So would the NTC rebels have defeated Gaddafi without the United Nations support? I think it's unlikely. They needed those American bombers. And so whether intentional or not, the NATO strikes led to Gaddafi being overthrown. Upon his capture, he was brutally beaten before being murdered while begging for his life. There were no judicial processes here. Critics will say there was also no judicial process for the civilians that he killed. Human Rights Watch called for an investigation into his treatment, but it was never carried out in the chaotic wake of his death. In the aftermath of Gaddafi's murder, some rejoiced, while others believed the entire affair to be another case of heavy-handed Western imperialism. It raises questions about what happens once you defeat your enemy. Sometimes the situation can be worse off than before. Sometimes it's better to fight the devil you know, so to speak. In the wake of the power vacuum, Libya descended into further chaos as fighting erupted between various factions and militias, all vying for power. The United States was not prepared for the aftermath and forgot that one thing air power cannot secure is a political outcome on the ground. This instability continued intermittently into late 2022, and even into 2023 there was sporadic fighting. Weapons flooded across the Libyan border, into the Sahel region, into the nations of Mali, Chad, and Niger. Approximately 1 million Libyan refugees fled to these neighboring countries who may not have been prepared for the humanitarian crisis. For many years, Italy and the EU had been paying Gaddafi to enforce Europe's sea borders to prevent migration across the Mediterranean Sea. Once Gaddafi was gone, sea routes to Europe were no longer blocked off. Muammar Gaddafi was a brutal dictator. He was born a Bedouin, and he was part of a group that, from his point of view, had been mistreated by the colonizers of Italy. Even though the British and Allied powers had liberated Libya in World War II, he believed they took advantage of his country afterwards by trying to control the newfound oil resources located there. Gaddafi dreamed of a united African continent, but as a dictator, he ultimately was unable to create the strong institutions and military power necessary to do so. This is because those groups would have had enough competing power to overthrow him, so he kept everyone relatively weak. Hopefully, by analyzing the series of events, we can learn how to recognize what patterns lead to war in order to avoid them in the future. I think one lesson is, even if you have the upper hand against an opponent, if you take advantage of them in a treaty, trade deal, oil deal, in an unfair way, it'll come back to haunt everyone. Something else that stood out to me is how people have selective memory when it comes to military intervention. Oftentimes, we only remember the times where it worked or it didn't work. One thing military interventions that fail as common though is when mission creep sets in and the original limited goals change from simply peacekeeping to a larger task. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Thank you for watching. If you found something valuable, please consider hitting the like and subscribe button, and I'll see you guys again in a couple of days.
Hey everybody, this is Russ from Retro Game Core. I have a special video for you here today, as well as a bit of confession, and that is that I'm a primary Mac user. In fact, back in 2003, I switched over, so it's been about 20 years that I've been using Apple and Mac products as my primary means of using computers. Now, I do have a background in Windows PCs back in like the late 90s and early 2000s. I went to a vocational school and learned how to build them and stuff, but this is like way back in the day, back in like the 40 megabyte hard drive days. But I did use those skills to build my own computer back in like late 2019, right before the pandemic. So I do have a gaming computer, and obviously I test a lot of mini PCs, and so I'm kind of mixing between the two at this point. Yes, I still use Mac for my primary needs. For example, all my video editing is done on a Mac, but I do most of my work on a Windows PC at this point. Now, coincidentally, I often get a lot of questions about what it's like to game on some of these new Macs. You know, they have the M1 chip and the M2 chip now. And so a lot of people had asked me about that, not knowing that I'm like a Mac guy, but just kind of asking if I would check it out. And honestly, I'd never really thought about it because, as we all know, Macs aren't really that great for gaming. However, I've seen a little bit of news here and there that certain emulators are now working on Macs, especially the ARM-based ones that they have now, and so I thought it was time to try something in. And so I actually went and I bought a new Mac Mini. This is the M2 version. This is the $600 model, so very cheap. Honestly, $600 for a Mac PC is really not that bad. A lot of them are much more expensive than this. And so that's what we're going to discuss here. I am going to look at PC gaming, for example, via Steam on a Mac, but then also I want to look at emulators. We'll spend most of our time there. We'll look at which emulators work well and how well they work, and then also we'll see against the front end working, so you can have a kind of a experience. I think this is a really interesting concept because I think actually have a and if you're thinking about getting a computer dedicated for emulation, and you're also curious about some of the things you can do with macOS, this might be a really good thing. And I'm pretty excited to make this video because it's a mixture of my two favorite everyday Mac use of the past 20 years, and also emulation that I like as well. And I think you'll get a lot out of this video too. And so without any further ado, okay, let's start with
danger!
However, you might be able to get people, for example, who are a veteran or currently in the military and just or if you're going to college,
Spotted enemy hero!
you can actually. Now on the far right here, we have the new M2 Pro, and that's going to give you a lot more performance, but it is also over twice the price.
Reloading now.
And so I don't think it's a good fit for our specific use cases. But if you're going to be doing something a lot more heavyweight, video editing, that might be worth considering. Now the middle tier here is about $200 with the base price. And at least in a cursory glance right here, the 20% upgrade seems to be the and for me personally, I do not think that's
My sentry is ready!
Instead, I would recommend using USB here might be on sale for and because the Mac Mini is pluggable 4, you'll be able to plug this right in very fast. In fact, this is my primary way of storing my the same portable drive that's filled up with so for this video here, I'm just going to plug this in and direct all my emulators to launch it right. Now another accessory for your consideration is going to be a controller. Honestly, I think the best all-around controller for using on a Mac is going to be the recent and the pricing on them are not bad. For example, right now, now if you really want to focus you might want to consider something like this. This is a new controller. I just got it in the mail the other day, and this controller has a specific macOS setting, so it'll work just fine. One thing to bear in mind is that the triggers here are not analog, so if you're going to be playing some more modern games or GameCube games that require that analog input, this isn't going to provide it. So this controller would be great for retro gaming, but I honestly think the Xbox one's just going to be a little bit better all around, especially because the Mac is capable of playing a lot of modern systems as well.
Ready!
Before we get to that, let's talk about what you'll find in the box. Obviously, you'll have the computer, and then inside there's a quick start guide and a sticker as well. Other than that, it just comes with one single power cable. Let's take a look in the back. We have our power button as well as the power control, and then we have a gigabit Ethernet. On the bottom here, we have a cooling fan, and then above that, we have two Thunderbolt 4 ports. In addition, we have an HDMI port capable of 4K as well. And then finally, on the right, we have a headphone jack as well as two USB-A ports. And honestly, that is it. If you look around the sides, we have no other I/O other than one small LED here on the front, which is light when it's off. In terms of sizing, the Mac Mini has gotten a little bit wider over here. As you can see here, it's about the size of a to give you a more practical look, you can see that it's quite a bit bigger than an Xbox controller. And honestly, when you have it sitting on a desk or maybe in the the end,
Requesting
I wouldn't say
drop
it's the
on my
smallest
marker.
PC in the world, but I actually like the low profile of this here. And additionally, this thing is basically all my custom Next, I want to talk about these 7 cars. We're not going to go too far in the weeds, but I do want to get
Damage to the front!
number 1, when you guys started up, we have a bunch of stuff here in the bottom.
Reloading!
These essentially are just shortcuts to the apps that are stored in the and many of these you may have, but I recommend moving here right to the front of this isn't going to uninstall the app right away, it's just going to remove the docs so you don't have to see it. So this is always the very first thing to do. Just clean it up. And I'll show you how to add some data to the doc. Now before we get to the emulation, I do want to talk a little bit about this now. If this will use Steam as an example. And the Steam client for that is basically the same as Windows. If you look on the left side, you can see that I have 9 games installed already. And you can also see that I have a library of 271 games. And that includes Windows and Mac games. But if you click on this little Apple icon at the top, it'll actually filter out all the games that you have. You see here between 271 games. And if you look through the games, it's very rare that you'll find a triple A game installed. The exception to this are going to be and there's a couple other things. Now, if you want to have some big but be aware here that they haven't moved over to the SteamOS style of big picture. It's going to be the old school one that we remember from last year and beyond. Either way, if you do want to navigate through Steam with a controller, you can use Big Picture and it'll work just fine. When it comes to gaming, you know, all the games that I installed work really well, especially when it came to those lightweight games. I just played them at native in the default settings, and they all had no stuff. And the AAA games that are supported, at least the ones I tested, did work out pretty well. For example, Great Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and it's running at a stable 60 frames per second with 1080p in native settings. And honestly, for a mini PC at the $600 price point, playing this game at 1080p media is really not that bad. The main issue here is that you're just not going to have a lot of games to choose from. Now, if you are interested in doing PC gaming with a Mac, what I would recommend before even thinking about doing a Mac is to go onto the Steam website, and then under Categories, there's an option here for Mac OS. And this will give you a listing of all the games that are going to be compatible with a Mac. But I have to say, don't get your hopes up, because the selection here is very bare bones. The way I see it, if you want to play PC games, then a Mac is not a very good option at all. For example, spending the same amount of money on building a PC or a mini PC will give you access to thousands of games not available here on the Mac. But of course, that's not really the point of this video here. Now let's move to the Now before we get into the heavyweight stuff, let's talk a little bit about Open Emu. This is one of the first emulators that were available on the Mac. In fact, I remember playing it maybe 5-6 years ago. And this one's very simple. You can take some ROMs and drag and drop them into the app, and then just throw them in there. And it'll make the whole experience However, this one really only works well with like 16-bit systems, you know, things like maybe even Nintendo 64 and a little bit of GameCube too. And so I'm not really going to focus too much on OpenEMU. I'll have it linked in a written guide that I'll be making for this video, which will be in the video description. But as it stands, if you just want to play some old classics, like you want to jump into some old Pokemon games, this will work out just fine. But for the rest of the video, I want to talk about some of the more capable emulators and really push them. Start with the classics. Everything all the way up to the and to get this set up, it's actually very easy. Then find the Mac OS one and then download it from there. And let me show you some of the other emulators I'm going to download for this video. Next up is going to be Dolphin. This one's a GameCube and Nintendo Wii emulator, also compatible with Mac. You've got a couple options here between the beta and development versions. I like to live on the edge, so I'm going to get the development one because that one's updated just basically every day. Moving forward, for Nintendo Wii U emulation, we're going to use the CEMU emulator. This one you have to grab off of GitHub under their experimental page. I'll have all this linked in that written guide down below. Either way, just grab this DMG file, which is the Mac install file right here. And then finally, rounding out our Nintendo systems, we're going to use Ryujinx. And this is actually my first time using this app right here. I usually use Yuzu, but I wasn't able to find a good Mac build for that one. Moving over to our Sony systems, we have PCSX2 for PS2 emulation. For this, I recommend downloading the latest nightly build. Following that, we have RPCS3 for PlayStation 3. This one also has a Mac OS build. And bear in mind, you'll have to download the latest PS3 firmware as well. You can get this on the Sony website, again linked below. And then finally, we're going to try out the Zemu or Xbox emulator here, also available for Mac. Now, once you've downloaded all these files, you need to start installing them, and the process here is pretty easy too. For most of these, all you have to do is just double click on the DMG file, it'll show you the app file itself, then often it gives you a shortcut to the applications folder. All you have to do is just drag and drop the app into the applications folder. And that's how you install an app on a Mac. From there, you can go to your applications folder and then start up the app itself. And if you wanted to uninstall it, all you do is just delete it out of this folder here. Depending on the app, it might ask for some permissions. Just go ahead and accept them. But after that, here we are. We're in the RetroArch system. Now, to add an app to your dock, what you want to do is move it over from the recent section on the right over into the central part of your dock. And it's just a drag and drop right here, but that's essentially going to save it on your dock for easy access later. Now, I'm not going to go through an entire RetroArch setup because I've already made a guide for that, and I'll have that linked down below as well. Either way, this is what it looks like here after I have it set up and I've imported some of my systems. And all I have to do here is just navigate to the game, then select Run, and it'll boot right up. Now, a couple notes I want to give about RetroArch while we're here is that if you need to access anything within the RetroArch folder, it's actually going to be available within your Documents folder. Within here, you'll be able to access things like your saves and save states if you need to pull them out or add some others. And if you need to get any deeper into the RetroArch system, what you want to do is go to the menu bar while in Finder, and then click on Go and then Library. If you don't see Library as an available path right here, what you want to do is press the Option key on your keyboard to bring that up. Either way, go into Library and then go into Application Support and then RetroArch. Here you're going to find the really heavy stuff. So for example, your configuration files in case you mess something up, and also your controller remap files if you need to reset those controller settings too. Either way, those are the two places to look if you need to get into the RetroArch settings. Okay, a couple other tips as you start to install these emulators. When you try to open up Dolphin, it's going to give you this authorization thing, but then it's also going to ask for permission to receive keystrokes, and this is to be able to use a controller with it. What you want to do when this window pops up is just open up System Settings, and then under this heading right here, just go ahead and turn on Dolphin. It'll prompt you for the same password that you used when you first set up your Mac, and then you'll have to quit and reopen the app, but after that you're good to go. It'll never ask for this again. Now for other emulators, it may give you different prompts. For example, when you open up Cemu for the first time, it may prompt you to install Rosetta. And Rosetta is a translation layer between the old Intel-based Macs and the new Apple Silicon ones like this one. Now on some of these apps, like Cemu, after you try to actually open it up, it'll give you a prompt to say that it's not a supported developer. And it'll give you the option to either delete the app or just to cancel out of it. What you want to do here is actually just cancel out of it. From there, go into your system settings, and then under privacy and security, just scroll down to near the bottom. Within here, it's going to show you the last app you tried to open, which is Cemu for us, and that it was blocked. Here you want to select open anyway. It'll again prompt you for your password, but after that you're good to go. You won't have to do this any other time for at least the Cemu app. It's a little bit of an annoying process just to get it started up that very first time, but after that it's going to be good to go. Now in terms of setting up each of these individual emulators, I don't want to turn this into a full-blown tutorial, and so I'm not going to talk you through how to set up your title keys and all the other kind of stuff. Instead, in my written guide, I'll give you instructions or at least links to the quick start guide for each of these emulators. And depending on the emulator, it might take a couple minutes just to get it set up initially. For example, with PlayStation 3, if you remember, we had to download that firmware file. What we can do now is go into File and Install Firmware, and then we'll access our Downloads folder here, and then we'll grab that PS3 firmware file. From there, it'll install the firmware, and then it's going to load up the compiled PPU modules. After that, you're good to go. You don't have to do that ever again. And so in the end, this is what it's going to look like when we have everything set up. I have my Steam on the far left and then all my emulators running across the bottom here. In the end, I think it probably took me maybe 15 minutes altogether to find and download and install each of these apps, and then maybe another half hour just to get them configured that very first time. So overall, I would say it was a relatively painless experience, at least for me, having some knowledge of these emulators ahead of time. And now that we have everything set up, let's go ahead and do some testing and actually see how this will perform when playing these games. We're going to start with RetroArch for all of these classic systems. So I'm going to navigate through my playlist right here. I can then pick a game and then load it right up. We're going to start with the more lightweight systems and move our way up from there. And as expected, your classic systems are going to play just fine. Things like Game Boy Advance or Nintendo or Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, all of these are going to run really well. In fact, you've got so much headroom here when it comes to the overall CPU performance that you can apply basically any shader you can think of. And so if you really want to get into the weeds with RetroArch and classic gaming, you can definitely do that here on the Mac Mini. And it's going to work well for other systems. For example, here with Amiga, all these games are playing at full speed. And it does a really good job with arcade emulation too. Not just your classic systems like this, but you can play everything up through the mid to late 90s. For example, here's Killer Instinct running at full speed, absolutely no problems here. Moving on to some of the more graphically intense home console systems, things like Sony PlayStation will work just fine. In fact, here I'm upscaling it to a 5x resolution, which is 1080p, and yeah, it's running like a dream. Now, Nintendo 64 was a bit of a weird one. For this one specifically, it wouldn't work when I tried to upscale it. In fact, it would actually crash and cause all sorts of issues. And so my recommendation here is just to play it at the original resolution of the Nintendo 64, but even then, these games are going to play just fine. Moving forward, here is Sega Saturn. I'm using the Beetle core, which is the most accurate core, and I'm running it at a native resolution. And these games are running really well and look nice and sharp too. I was getting some horizontal lines here with fighting Vipers. I'm not really sure if this is part of the game or just an issue with the emulator core itself, but regardless, every Saturn game I tried ran at full speed, absolutely no issue here. Moving up to Dreamcast, again we're still here on RetroArch, but I've upscaled this to 1080p, and as you can see, yeah, it's running great. In fact, if you like, you can turn on the widescreen hacks, you can play games in a full 16:9 like here with Dead or Alive 2. And it'll be the same story with other games that do have widescreen support like Sword of the Berserk. Moving over to handheld systems, the Nintendo DS emulation was not the best on RetroArch. And really that has to do with the Nintendo DS emulators in RetroArch, they're just not very efficient. And so the best performance I got here was a 2x resolution, and it ran pretty well, but again, it's not going to be able to upscale to like 1080p. Now the other handheld system, which is Sony PSP, runs like a dream here on the Mac Mini. In fact, I'm able to run it at a 4K upscale resolution, and yeah, absolutely working fine, even with the hardest to run games like God of War Chains of Olympus. So if you're a big PSP fan, there's nothing like playing this thing in 4K, and the Mac Mini does it with no problem here. Okay, so that's RetroArch performance. Let's move over now to the standalone emulators and really start to try to push this thing. We're going to start with Dolphin, and we're going to do GameCube emulation, again at a 6x resolution or 4K, and as you can see, yeah, it is running great here too. I did experience some stutters here and there with certain games when it was compiling shaders. For example, with F-Zero GX, when I first played the first track on a game, then yeah, I ran into a couple issues here and there. But usually by the second lap, everything was nice and smooth, and then anytime after that, if you play that same track, it'll run just fine. It's a very similar experience with Nintendo Wii U. You can also play this at a 4K resolution, but you will get some stutters here and there when you first start playing. But again, after about maybe 5-10 minutes of use, then it usually gets a lot smoother after that. So really, if anything, don't take those very first impressions as performance of the Mac Mini itself. It really has to do with the way that shaders compile on this specific architecture. In fact, the next emulator, which is the Wii U emulator CMU, is probably the best example of this phenomenon. When you first start up a game like Breath of the Wild, it's actually going to crawl a lot, and if you look at the very top corner on the left, you can see that it's compiling shaders the entire time. And so in the first like 5-10 minutes that you're playing this game, yeah, it's going to slow down a bunch. But if you look at the top right, you can see that CPU is not being taxed that much at all. What it comes down to is that most of these emulators cannot do what they call asynchronous shader compilation. What that means is while you're playing the game, it can't compile the shaders at the same time. Instead, it has to kind of pause really quickly, compile the shader, and then move on. And that's why you're experiencing those stutters in the very beginning of the game. But after about 10 minutes of use, you can see here the game's running a lot more smoothly. But again, if we do a new move, something that hasn't been used before, when it compiles those shaders, it is going to get some slowdown. But then watch right here. I'm going to do the exact same move again, and as you can see right here, it does it a lot more smoothly. And so really my suggestion here is give it like an hour when you first play Breath of the Wild for the first time, and then you'll get some smooth gameplay. Let me give you another example right here. Here's Mario Kart 8. I've upscaled this to 4K. And as you can see at the beginning of the race, yeah, it's quite slow here, having some issues. But by the time I'm on the third lap right here, you can see it's not compiling the shaders anymore, and so because of that, it is pretty smooth. Now, I'm not getting a full 60 frames per second in this game, it's hovering around like 50, 55. And so if you want to have it very smooth, then you can maybe drop it down to 1080p instead. And honestly, that's what I did for most of the other games. For example, here with Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, playing it at 1080p worked really well, 60 frames solid. And then same thing with Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD. This one runs at 30 frames per second by default, but even at the native 1080p resolution, it is looking really, really good. And so I would say that Wii U emulation is one of the highlights of using a Mac Mini like this. In fact, when I first built my gaming PC back in 2019, one of the main reasons for it was to do emulation with Wii U. So it is kind of amazing to see that about 3 years later, we're able to do the exact same performance that I was getting on my desktop PC for $1,000 with a Mac Mini at only $600. That's pretty crazy. Okay, sticking with Nintendo systems here, let's go over to Nintendo Switch. Now, a couple things here. I'm using it in docked mode, but I'm also seeing a little bit of screen tearing as I'm playing. I'm not really sure if this has to do with the emulation or the capture card that I'm using, and so because of that, what I did instead is take it out of full screen mode and went into windowed mode. This is going to eliminate the screen tearing, but then also have the added bonus of being able to see the frames per second here on the bottom. And so for the rest of my Nintendo Switch emulation, I am going to use it in windowed mode like this. Either way, what I found when it came to Nintendo Switch emulation is that it was very, very good. It would give me some slowdown here and there just because of the shader compilation that was happening, but again, same story here, the longer I played the game, the better it played. And so for games like Super Mario Odyssey, one of the hardest games to emulate, this one actually did really well. And of course, when it comes to lightweight games, things like Celeste, yeah, this one obviously plays well too. Some games actually played so well that you could upscale them. So for example, Kirby and the Forgotten Land is actually running at a 2x docked resolution right here. And I'm getting a pretty solid 30 frames per second here, other than a stutter here and there when there's a new shader compilation. But I did find for the most part I preferred to play these games in a 1x resolution, it just gave me a more stable 60 frames per second. Either way, aside from the shader compilation that would happen here and there as you start to play a game for the first time, I would say the M2 Mac Mini is very capable of doing Nintendo Switch emulation as well. The biggest drawback here is going to be compatibility. After all, Nintendo Switch emulation is an ongoing process. And so some newer games, for example Metroid Prime Remastered, may have some graphical issues. For this game, my character was basically a solid black. And yeah, it did look a little bit unnatural, but I think this is just a compatibility issue. I also found that the game would crash on me here and there as well. So my recommendation here would be to check the compatibility list within the Ryujinx website to see which games are going to work the best. Either way, I was still very impressed with Nintendo Switch emulation on the Mac Mini. Okay, next up, let's move over to the Sony systems. We'll start with PlayStation 2. Now, performance here was a little bit hit and miss depending on the game. For example, with Grand Theft Auto 3 or Ratchet & Clank, I could play these at a 6x resolution or 4K and absolutely no problem here. In fact, these games played really, really well. For other games, I would get some random slowdown that didn't make a lot of sense to me. When playing Jak and Daxter, I used it at a 3x resolution or 1080p, but I would still get slowdown in certain parts. And it wasn't a huge amount, but the strange thing was that if I upscaled it to a 6x resolution or 4K instead, I got the exact same amount of slowdown. And so for me, that means that it's not a Mac Mini performance issue, but really just a compatibility or optimization issue with the emulator. Another example is God of War. If I played it at 1080p or 720p or even the native resolution of 480p, the performance here was the same across the board. Now there are a couple tricks you can do to try to smooth out things. For example, here with Sly Cooper, trying to play it at a 3x resolution or 1080p is super slow. But if you go into the quick menu, you can change it from the Vulkan renderer right here over to the software renderer. This is going to more heavily tax the CPU, but again, the CPU can kind of do wonders. And so as you can see here, it is playing at full speed now like this. Just bear in mind that a software renderer cannot go beyond a 1x resolution. And so yes, for the most part, you can play every PS2 game, but there are going to be some weird ones here and there, and so you may have to drop over to software rendering instead. Either way, I would say that for PlayStation 2, it's not quite a plug-and-play experience like it is with GameCube. But the bright spot here is that PlayStation 3 emulation actually works really well. And so if there's a remastered version of a PS2 game, I would recommend playing it on this one instead. For example, as you can see here with God of War 2 Remastered, it's running absolutely fine. In fact, I found that as a whole, PlayStation 3 emulation was actually one of the best here on this Mac Mini altogether. No matter what game I tried, it always played at full speed, and this could be basically anything, a 3D game, a 2D game, driving games, all these played really well. And so for this system in particular, I'm very comfortable in saying that PlayStation 3, yes, works really well, it's just going to come down to compatibility with the emulator itself. But if it's going to be able to play on the PS3 emulator, it'll play on the Mac Mini. One of the most challenging test games that I always try is Ratchet & Clank Quest for Booty. And as you can see here, it's running very smoothly. And so yes, I would say PlayStation 3 emulation is knocked out of the park here with the Mac Mini. Okay, and finally, the last emulated system is going to be the original Xbox. Here I'm running it at a 2x resolution with the ZEMU emulator. And some games do work pretty well. For example, Soul Calibur 2 is mostly consistent with 60 frames per second. So this game I would say is highly playable. Same thing with the first Halo. This one would dip down below the typical 30 frames per second, but even then the slowdown was just kind of normal for me and just the way that I used to play this on the Xbox. So I would say that this one is still also very playable for me. However, other games did not play well. For example, Dead or Alive 3 just struggled even to get at full speed. This is a game I would not consider to be playable. So much like how it is on Windows, I would say that the original Xbox emulation here is kind of hit and miss. Okay, now that we've gone through the testing of all these various emulators, let's talk a little bit about how you could clean up that experience if you wanted. And for this, we're going to talk about Emulation Station Desktop Edition. Now this app is available on multiple platforms, including Windows and Linux. And thankfully, they have a native Mac option right here for the ARM-based chips like the M2 that we're using in the Mac Mini. So all we have to do is just download and install this app, and then when you first open it up, it's going to give you this prompt right here. Essentially, what it wants to do is either find a ROM directory you've already made or create a directory for you. Just to keep it simple, I'm going to choose Create Directories. From there, it's going to make a bunch of different folders, and within them, you can put all your game files. So let me go ahead and show you how to do that really quick. You're going to go into your root folder of your Mac, and within there, you'll find a ROMs folder. Inside there, you'll find all the pre-populated folders, and inside of that, you'll find a systeminfo.txt file. And that file is going to show you all the different supported file systems, so you can see specifically what games you can drop in, and it's also going to tell you what the default emulators are. So what you want to do here is just drag and drop all the ROMs into the folders. After that, all you have to do is just open up the and it's going to find all those games and populate them. And I've only added a couple games here just because I'm testing it out, but as you can see, yeah, I have a bunch of games lined up. And the cool thing is here, I've already installed all the emulators. It's going to actually try it. So for example, when starting up the Game Boy Advance game, starting up Retro War, I did find a couple bugs here and there. For example, the dock will show up sometimes when RetroArch, but if you go into the Emulation Station Starter Guide, it'll actually walk you through how to fix some of these points. Now, getting this all set up might take a little bit of time. For example, the default emulator might not be the one. So what you'll have to do is go into the settings and adjust the component. Either way, once you do have it set up, the default keys will need to be emulators to be able to close it out with your controller. It's kind of nice to be able to jump to your games by navigating this. In fact, I think this is all set up, and that is, I wanted to treat this like a standalone video, and I'll have a little bit more info about this in my video. Oh, but essentially what I do is I turn off all my login options when I first turn on the device, then set it to start the station when I turn it on. So all I have right here is the Mac Mini hooked up with Ethernet, HDMI, as well as the power cord.
Time to be ready.
Push the power button like that, and start it. From there, I just have to turn on my controller, and I'm immediately navigating to the menu. I've also gone ahead and scraped all the media art so everything looks nice and pretty. And because I have all the emulators configured, I can now go in and start up a game, and it's going to go right into it. From there, if I want to close out of a game, I have it set up in my hotkeys to press select and start to quit RetroArch. And that's going to bring me back to the Emulation Station menu. Now, I was still getting the dock here on the bottom, but I found out that if you press the Xbox button, what it'll do is actually bring up a bunch of different game apps. And from there, you can just select Emulation Station, and it'll get rid of that dock. Now, admittedly, this probably wasn't the smoothest process in the world. There were many times where I had to grab a keyboard and mouse just to kind of get out of a menu in case I couldn't do it with the controller. And so I don't want to give any illusions that this is going to be a hassle-free kind of gaming console. You have to remember that we're using a series of different emulators that are stacked on top of each other. And when you're using a bunch of different random apps that are not meant to work together like this, there's always going to be a bug here or there. However, as long as you're good with grabbing a keyboard and mouse from time to time in case you get stuck in the menu, this can be a really fun experience. And given the fact that we can emulate all the way up to Nintendo Switch is kind of amazing. In fact, if you look at my Mini PC spreadsheet, you can see that the Apple is kind of in the middle right here at the $5.99 price point. But you can also see that these scores right here are far and away better than anything else in this price range. In fact, to get similar performance, you will probably have to spend quite a bit more money on a Windows PC. And if you're curious about using Mac OS for other things, for example, with video playback or using it as a Plex server, or in my case for video editing or just daily tasks, then this might be a good fit for that as well. Regardless, if we're strictly talking about game emulation, I do think that the M2 Mac Mini right here is a really solid deal. There are going to be some concessions here and there. For example, it doesn't have an Xbox 360 emulator, and same thing with Nintendo 3DS. But with all those other systems, with the exception of the PlayStation 2, these seem to work exceptionally well for the price point. And the cool thing here is that all of these gains have happened over the past year or two, so I'm even more excited to see what it's going to look like a year or two from now. So let me know what you think in the comments below. Are you in the market for a Mac, and does this kind of help push you over the edge? Or are you a current Mac user and you never really thought about using it for gaming like me? Either way, I was very surprised to see how good the performance was on this new Mac Mini, and I think at a $5.99 price point, as long as you're okay with working with Mac OS, it's kind of a slam dunk when it comes to retro game emulation. Either way, I'd love to hear what you think about it in the comments below. As always, thank you for watching, and be sure to like and subscribe if you found this helpful, and we will see you next time. Happy gaming.
Today's video is brought to you by FlexiSpot, the leading kinetic furniture movement across the world, offering a large variety of premium standing desks and ergonomic office chairs, which I'll explain in more detail later. How much money can you make in a bond's worth of time? 14 days, starting on a fresh level 3. If you haven't seen the first 2 episodes, the links to them are down in the description. In the previous episode, we trained, and we quested. I invested into the Accursed Scepter, and I discovered what I believe to be the best low-level moneymaker in the game, which turned out to be relatively true, ending with a bank value of 146 mil, 3.5 days of playtime, and 8 days of membership remaining. When I previously attempted this challenge 5 years ago, I never actually played on that account again, which was a real shame. But this time around, I would like to change that. The goal right now is to make a huge upgrade. And you might be wondering why I'm looking at the Temperos combat achievements. So let me explain. The armor upgrade that we'll be going for is Full Void. A few months ago, Jagex changed the combat achievements to a point-based system, which in short means that you can be selective about what tasks you want to complete depending on what tier you plan to go for. And right now, I would like to complete the easy tier, because one of the rewards is that I receive an extra pest control point each game, which might not sound too significant, but in the grand scheme of things, that one extra point will save me over 43 games. Right, let's go pace 6.
Allocated! 20 minutes!
I think I'm gonna pace 10. That is 6.
Something ahead of us!
Let's go kill his 2 tasks. And there were only 2 tasks left. Split 10 times and 25.
Objective secured.
Here we have teleport control, which is nice actually, because I don't currently have one. You already know what this lap's going to be. But the main reason that we did this was to get this one extra pest control. I think it's about time that I spend a bit of this money. I have all of this cash and I've not made any big upgrades yet, which is why I've gone ahead and picked up the Nightmare Staff. With the main reason being that I get an extra 15% magic damage. And if you didn't know, that is the same magic damage as a code item, but for a fourth of the price. Right now, levels are made level 70. And the reason I want level 70 is so that I can use the intermediate
My
mode,
sentry is ready!
because it will reward me an extra point per game. There it is. Let's go do some pest control. You know, I feel slightly down because I feel like I'm making... So, I've decided to 5 void points every single game. This shouldn't take long to create. Magic, we no longer have to boost the blitz. I'm 30 minutes away from the end of the block. We have 850 points. I now have enough points to buy a full void set. But the only thing is that I don't actually have the requirements to buy right now, because you need to have 42 defense. So let's face it, I feel way too overpowered for this class. I may be one of the few people that complete the whole city with 8 jumps. Empty defense on the dog. Be friendly trials. This should do the trick.
Tango on my mark!
Objective
150 meters away!
The final rock, 48 mining. It is done. There we go.
Objective.
As you may have guessed, it's time to take some range now. And we're starting at the lowest range level that you can chuck a jumper. And note to anybody who's planning to do this, don't. You will not hit good at all, and the XP is terrible. If I knew this in hindsight, I'd have actually stuck the cannon in the crabs, because I didn't manage to match that XP per hour doing this until I reached 55 range. I completely missed the level, didn't realise, just looked at this by chance, but I just hit 1,000 total, 4 days and 9 hours. We managed to get to 200k XP an hour in range at one point before range ends. I move into the level I've been waiting for 75 hit points. We managed to get from 45 to 77 range now. With all of those range levels and a few HP points we managed to get, only got one. And now I can finally get which is plus 5 magic and should actually speed these skills up quite nicely. We're gonna head back to Callisto because, quite frankly, it's just too good not to. I have to go back.
Help me up!
36 is my new max
I
hit with
need
the
medical
orbital,
help!
which is, I think, 2 extra max hits.
Help me
than
get
we
back
had
in!
previously. We've got 6 days left. The time
Help
is a
me!
ticking. I'm 4 days and 15 hours into this account, and I now have all of the best in slot gear that my character can use. It's time to farm.
Help me up now!
That's the first dragon pickaxe we have had. 146 KC. It's 1.5 mil. It's actually no. What is happening? That's the third one we've had. Oh my god. 155 mil. Made 235 mil from Callisto. It's relative value as well. Oh my god. Holy shit, we're so rich. This is actually insane. 71 mil. We have reached the milestone. This item has proven to be a very worthwhile investment. Not so dissimilar from today's video sponsor. FlexiSpot has been kind enough to send me over one of their premium standard desks, the E7 Pro. And to be perfectly honest, this thing is amazing. The desk comes with a 15-year warranty. They are insanely durable with the E7 Pro.
Begin your attack!
400 pounds. The keypads are slim and stylish. It's very simple to use and it's very quiet. And it even has some really nice height-saving features, so you can save your perfect times. For my desk, I ended up going with bamboo. I'm a big fan of the way that it looks, and the material itself, I hear it's very sustainable, thanks to how durable it is. It's also naturally waterproof. The process of putting the desk together is super streamlined, and just made easy. If you're anything like me, you spend most of your time sat down on the screen, standing instead of sitting, even for a few hours a day, has so many positive health benefits, and the list just keeps going on. And because I now own a standing desk, I've just ordered a walking pad, so I can now play RuneScape and stay active at the same time. At the end of the day, I don't think there's a price that can buy your health, and making small changes like this and did I mention, they even sent me one of their chairs, and I'm not even just saying this is like the comfiest chair I have ever had. So if you want to treat yourself, click the first link and make sure to use the promo code on screen to get $30 off on all orders over $500. Alright, 75 combat features there. They're the trouble. Levels like a higher level definitely. Right now 115 is going to attack me, so
Knock it down! 150 meters!
Callisto is a little bit champion. I died twice. Callisto now seems to have random peaks of activity where it might just be crazy busy for an hour and then it'd be completely dead. Because this is I'm gonna do my second best.
Enemy soldier! Far away!
Just done an hour of LMS.
Hostile fire! I'm close!
We made 1.4 mil.
Reloading! Cover me!
But I do want to go back to Callisto, so I'm gonna go check out actually. It's looking pretty good so far. I just have to be careful because now I have to get attacked by so many more people. Most of the accounts that PK here are level 120 plus, but you do get the occasional med levels and cures that come through. The really
Let's
nice
see
thing
how
about
they
the
handle
Receptor is that its max hit scales with your magic level. So although there are more people that can attack you now, I've actually become more powerful, I can kill boss faster, which will increase my kills per hour and effectively make me more money. So it's not all bad. A new PC balance getting 200 kills. You're getting 3 days of membership left, it comes up in red. That's gonna do it for the first strip of the day, and we've got 77 hit points and 77 slowly 338
I see that tank.
second
Near your-
dragon pickaxe in that time. We don't have a lot in the looting bag, but I am gonna bank that because otherwise I will lose my cape. God, I wish I had something to fight back. I could definitely kill that guy. We've been here for so long now. I've been here for an entire hit point level. I've gained 180,000 hit points XP today. 87 magic. Oh, the combat level's creeping up, and it worries me. It really worries me. On the plus side, 87 magic is actually quite nice. My max deception now is 39. I actually don't know the amount of regular it's very noticeable. It is a new day. We only have 2 days left. We are officially past the expected drop rate for 1 hill. Can I complain yet? I'm only joking. Get him! Yes! We got him! We fucking got him! What the fuck are you doing? The snakeskin bandana, bro. And the bracelet of Ethereum? What is this guy on? That was a 230k kill though. The equivalent of an average drop from Callisto. 1.2 mil in the loot bag.
Our plan is working. We now control more sectors than the enemy.
God damn it. Because I'm 87 magic now, I can use the Forgotten Brew, and I can actually cast Ice Barrage. Pretty cool. I feel like Blitz does the job nicely, though.
40 meters away from my position.
Something I haven't considered
Begin your attack!
is the possibility that boosting my magic level with
Secure
the
that
Forgotten Brew would
objective!
also increase my rate of perceptual attacks. Which of course
Good.
it does.
Sentry
Why wouldn't it?
ready.
I'm hitting 40s and it's fighting my axe. Okay, I need to start bringing Forgotten Brews here.
We've
That's
taken
gonna
Charlie
speed the
one.
kills up so much. 43. My max hit's just gone up by 4 damage. I sip in the Forgotten Brew. I definitely...
Get to reload!
Friendly is down.
That is very significant and very... It didn't take me very long.
We control most sectors on the battlefield.
We like to see the 1.5 mils in this world. These kills have just gone so much faster. There's the big 400 KC. I'm kind of strapped in at this boss right now. I'm really enjoying killing this because I've started taking...
Open vehicle! Good!
I've gone from around 15 to 17 kills per round to 25. The tyrannical ring. I was wondering when we were going to get this. No way is
They've
it that.
captured Bravo sector.
127k. What? I'm going to check the log out.
Protect the vicinity!
That's everything now.
Call it.
I forgot about this. These bosses have the dragons who pander as well. To be honest with you, I won't be too fussed if we don't see that.
Our troops have lost an
The
objective.
last hour we managed to get the ring and boss. I wonder what we'll see next. 2 mil in my looting bag. I didn't realize that. We've overstayed our welcome.
Enemy
What is
in
in here?
control of
Look at the value on this. 400k in red dragon hides, 300k in soul runes, 600k in mahogany logs. It's actually mad. It's official. There's only 1 day of membership left. I know that I don't deserve one, but please, just give me one more hill, I beg. And maybe 2,000 likes on the video if it's not too much to ask. It's 1,000 subs. Please. I'm not asking you. I'm begging. This is not nice to look at. 80 HP. My magic's level 88.
Take that
Dude
objective!
came in here, attacked the boss 3 times, and managed to snipe the dragon. First one of those I've seen. What is this guy doing? He's so dead. This guy's gonna die. Oh no, his boys are here, his boys are here. I need to go, I need to go, I need to go, I need to go. Fuck! Oh no! I'm fine. All of my guy's stuff stayed on the ground. It took me a while to get back here, man. Oh, okay. That would make sense. There it is! So happy to see you, my old friend. 589 kills. It's been so yeah. I wasn't sure if we were gonna see it. 600 KC, 1.2 million back at the time of membership.
Defend our objectives! Now!
I keep gaining combat levels. I have a constant fear.
Eyes on my marker!
645 KC. The last item that we had on the collection log for this boss. Quite happy that we didn't go super lucky on that. It's not a good idea to fuck the Daryl. Become one with the bear. The bear will bless you. That dude's Yep. Oh, this is so satisfying.
Hostile vehicle spotted! 90 meters from my position! Located a hostile vehicle!
It's official. We now have 7 days.
Enemy tank!
I wasn't even recording. That's good to see. We just got full 700 KC. And we're completely done. The cooler there was a very solid KC to get. We have everything. Look at all that loot. Oh my god. And there's still some of them left in the bank as well that haven't been able to get. After selling off all this we ended up with a further 71 mil. The same value as number 4 Hill, ending on a bank value of 330 mil. So the question has been answered. 330 mil is what I managed to make on a fresh account with a bond's worth of time. However, this raises one question. With only 7 days of playtime, a good chunk of quest completion, decent starting stats, and a bank worth more than 300 mil, what should I do with this account? Should I continue playing this account and set a new goal? I'll let you guys decide. And again, a big thank you to Flexi Spot for sponsoring. They provide a wide range of standing desks and ergonomic chairs to suit your needs. If you want a standing desk with a keyframe, you can check out the E7 basic frame. And if you're on a limited budget, you can choose the E2 model, which starts at only $150. And it still comes with the basic standing function. And if you do end up buying something, make sure you use my promo code on screen right here to save yourself $30 on all orders over 500.
Saquon Barkley was the number 2 overall pick in the 2018 NFL draft. At the time, even though he was seen as the best talent at the running back position to come into the NFL in well over a decade, a lot of people criticized the pick. There were good players at more valuable positions was the common remark. Already, back in 2018, the idea of running backs being devalued in the modern NFL was setting in.
What the issue is that the league is telling us what they think of running backs. And what they think is, hey, you can lead the league in rushing, you can be the heart and soul of our offense, you can be the leader, you can be the guy that when we have primetime games, it's your face that's on the graphic and not our quarterback. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, there is a cap on what we think your value is.
Still, Barkley has proven to be an elite talent at the position as predicted. And this past summer, he was entering a year where he should be getting his second NFL contract. In the NFL, your rookie contract is automatically slated based on your draft position, allowing for pretty much no negotiation. This means your second contract is where you have the potential to make the most money. The financial goal of every young player in the NFL is to get an opportunity to sign a second contract in their mid-20s, a contract that can hopefully set them on the line. And for running backs, this has been a tricky thing to do in the past few years. A trend has been emerging in the NFL with running backs. Once the most heralded marquee players in the league since the 1960s have suddenly become devalued to the point where for the past few years, every time an elite running back comes up for a new contract, there's been significant argument in sports media as to whether it's a smart move to pay further. The evidence has shown that that could possibly be the case. In the past few years, running backs such as Le'Veon Bell and Ezekiel Elliott have shown that second contracts for running backs may not be the best idea. In the last few years, elite running backs like Alvin Kamara, Ezekiel Elliott, Christian McCaffrey, Joe Mixon, Derrick Henry, and Dalvin Cook had received second contracts from their original teams, though the worth of these contracts pales in comparison to increases made by wide receivers and quarterbacks in the same period. In fact, because of the decline in value for the running back position, their contracts have stagnated as every other position in the league has seen growth, which is a natural occurrence in the NFL. New players come in and emerge as elite players from the position, and when it's time for them to sign a contract, they will become the highest paid player at their position until the next elite player emerges. This happens for every position. It happened 3 times this offseason for quarterbacks. It was supposed to happen for Saquon Barkley. Barkley was the Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2018. He had another good but not great year in 2019, followed by a year where he was mostly hurt and another year of recovery. And then this past year where he was a legit MVP candidate and was the main reason that his not all that talented team made the playoffs. Instead of giving him a meta-breaking contract or even just a decent long-term contract, his team decided to pay their mediocre quarterback a competitive salary instead. As much as this is really unfair for Saquon Barkley from a business perspective, this was the best move for the team. The NFL operates on a salary cap system, which means that teams are only allowed to spend so much on players in order to keep everyone on the playing field throughout the league. So every dollar spent on Saquon Barkley is money that can't be spent elsewhere. Further, the reality is that it's highly likely that Saquon's best playing days are behind him, even at the young age of 26. Running back is arguably the most purely athletic and physically demanding position in all of sports. And to play the position at a high level takes a young, strong, healthy line, something that most running backs won't have by the time they're 27. The running back's prime earning years will be in that aforementioned rookie contract where they can't get paid their true worth. In the last 20 years in the NFL, the leading rusher has been over the age of 25 only 7 times, with 4 of those 7 times belonging to Hall of Fame legends Adrian Peterson and LaDainian Tomlinson. Worse yet, this dynamic incentivizes teams to draft running backs later in the draft so they can get high-level labor for relatively low wages. So, for their years of the greatest earning potential, they will often be underpaid commensurate to their value. Once a running back is ready to get a chance at the lucrative second contract, they will be in a disempowered position because historically, it's understood that their most valuable years are behind them. Smart teams will let them move on and find cheaper labor on the free market, or, as in Saquon's case, strong-arm them to take lower pay than they're worth, which isn't hard because there is an abundance of good labor on the market. This offseason, 3 high-end running backs were free agents late into the offseason, and all had to take cheap 1-year deals in order to find jobs.
Can draft him now, have that 4-year deal, that contract, then not tag him, then pick up his 5th-year option and then tag him twice, and you're set. And that's 7 years. And then in the sport that we play, there's the analytics behind it or the stats behind it that after a running back is in their age 28, their production goes down. You can have a certain running back for a low price for 7 years. And we're the one that take the most mileage. We're the one, if I don't know if, like you said, some of your fans might not watch NFL games, but if you ever tune into a New York Giants game or a Giants game this year, there's times where I had 40 touches. And there's a point in time in the season where I was 40% of our offense. I think I finished around 30% of offense production for our team. And if you don't got to be a math major, that's a lot.
This is unheard of at any other position in the NFL. Usually players who are top 5 in their positions never even hit the free agency period because teams lock them into lucrative long-term contracts. The NFL is an overall conservative sports organization, and I don't mean that politically, although that is also true. That the powers that be in the NFL are resistant to change. So for years, the poor market viability of NFL running backs was ignored. Some teams kept paying and drafting them based on old school logic about their market worth. However, the league is also a copycat league. Now most teams have finally caught up to the reality of what the running back is actually worth. And now these players are finding themselves still playing one of the most demanding positions in all of sports for less money. So Saquon Barkley, arguably the most talented running back in the NFL, one of the best running backs of his generation, had to take a 1-year deal. He will make marginally more than Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs, 2 rookies who have never played in the NFL. The whole point of the rookie salary rules were to ensure that rookies were never paid more than the top veteran players at their position. Saquon is in a shitty situation. Don't get me wrong, he's made a lot of money in the last 5 years, more money than most people will in their lifetimes. But for the job he works, for the actual value of the labor, according to the market, that he participates in, he is being shafted. He will hope to enter free agency next year, but at 27, with now 6 years of wear and tear on his body, it's unlikely that any team will offer him a long-term deal worth what he deserves. He's probably going to end up bouncing around the league like a mercenary for the next 4 or 5 years from team to team before ending what could have been a legendary career in relative obscurity. Now, I know it's hard to get very indignant and upset about very rich athletes, but if you step away from that aspect and just look at things from a critical labor point of view, it's hard to look at Barkley and his peers, highly skilled and talented workers, doing an incredibly hard job and not see how they're being cheated out of the true value of their labor. And more interestingly, how despite the vast wealth they do have access to, their fight for fair pay and equal system mimics the plight of American workers as a whole. The role that these men play and the energy that they dedicate their children is dying. And this is a bigger problem than credit. I know this may seem like a problem, but I really want to explain to you that if the running backs, then we're all
and change the way we approach the way they play the game, then we can change the rules and we can change the infrastructure and how we pay running backs.
Yeah.
Because if we know, because to me, running back is the hardest position to play, and I mean physically. And the reason why we know that isn't because you can tell by the gear when a running back kind of productivity kind of drops, right? And it's usually way earlier than that because it's harder to sustain that level of productivity for that long. Whereas quarterback, receiver, lineman, linebacker, corner, you can kind of hide. You can kind of get away with not being as productive as you used to be. You can kind of get away. Running back,
target eliminated.
About 28, dog. It's time to get him up out of here.
We're so much more disposable. The NFL is the perfect microcosm of America in my mind for that reason, because with other sports, the players carry a certain amount of power because of the numbers, because of the fact that they don't wear helmets. So they're not just seen as a thing or an object on the field. They're seen as a human being, as a person. Because you know what
you gotta look them in the eyes.
You know what they are outside of the equipment. Yeah, you know, NFL players are a lot easier to be written off as gladiators that are disposable because they've always been so. And, you know, people will tell you all the time, whether you're talking about CTE and brain trauma and all the effects from that, or you're talking about just the regular day-to-day issues that most former players have to deal with. They say you know what you signed up for.
From football's earliest days to the last decade or so, running back was one of the most prestigious roles in all sports. Football legends from the time of leather helmets up until the last 15 years were these often comparatively small, courageous, and resilient black men. There was something majestic, beautiful, and inspiring about watching the running backs either power their way through obstacles and barriers in order to reach their goal, or use God and agility and quickness to make moves of would-be defenders. When football is depicted on film or on TV, and there's a crowning dramatic moment, it's always the long touchdown run. There's nothing like it in any other sport. It's probably one of the reasons football has resonated so well within the American psyche. The image of men using every fiber in their body to fight against the odds for the sake of a goal, for the sake of a team. It's the very mythology of American masculinity. Thus, running backs are some of the most popular and most well-paid professional athletes in all of sports. And now, the role in football is at the risk of being phased out. And I, for one, will not stand. The question, though, is how did we get here? What caused this change in the game? Why would the league slowly remove one of its most appealing elements? I'm going to explain this with telling the story of how two men, in my opinion, are patient zero of killing the modern NFL running back. So let's tell the story of the two men that killed the NFL running back. It's April 29th, 2006, and it's the NFL draft. And the first killer is a man named Charlie Weatherspoon, the general manager of the Houston Texans. The Texans were a new expansion team in the NFL. They had only existed since 2002. In 4 years as the GM, the team had yet to produce a winning season and were so bad in 2005 that they owned the #1 pick, a gift bestowed on the worst NFL team each year. It gives them the first choice on new players entering the NFL draft from college football. holding the potential to transform a team's future overnight, if the right choice was made. For every Hall of Fame legend like Peyton Manning or Bruce Smith, there were at least one or two Jamarcus Russells or Andre Bruce's. This was Charlie Cashman's second first overall. Enemy vehicle is down! Right? For everyone will be on. Everyone with eyes that year, the most talented player coming out of college was a young man named Reggie Bush was a running back from the legendary football powerhouse, the University of Southern California, aka USC. He was a national champion and a Heisman Award winner, one of the most electrifying players in college football history. He was incredible with the ball in his hands. He could run, catch, and break big plays. He was also humble, well-spoken, and unlike so many NFL players at the time, he was clean-cut and what many might call a good culture fit. As a cherry on top, he looked great with his helmet off and would be highly marketable, especially at a position with as much star power as a running back. He even dated Kim Kardashian for a while. Both on and off the field, everyone thought that there was no better player coming out of the draft than Reggie Bush. The only problem was that Reggie Bush was a running back. I don't think Castley realized it, but he was ahead of his time. For one, he didn't think that Reggie Bush was big enough to be a true, air quotes, workhorse running back, i.e. a running back that can carry the ball 20 to 30 times a game, 300 plus times a year, and not break down. This was the high water mark of running backs in this era, especially when he was drafted. Backs in the previous years like Cedric Benson, Race McGahee, Larry Johnson, and Steven Jackson were 20 to 30 pounds heavier than the comparatively svelte Reggie Bush. But Cashley thought that another player at another important position was going to be better for his team in the long run, and he shocked the world by drafting Mario Williams, a defensive edge from a smaller and unheralded school, with the first overall pick. Reggie Bush went second to the New Orleans Saints. This move by Casserly was met with a lot of skepticism at the time, but Casserly was vindicated in the end. Williams ended up being an elite pass rusher for most of his 10-year career. Meanwhile, Bush was often injured and rarely flashed the big playability that made him a star in college. And much as Casserly predicted, he never carried the full load as a running back. In fact, he often played second fiddle to the other killer of the NFL running back, paradoxically another NFL running back on the Saints named Pierre Thomas. Unlike Reggie Bush, Pierre Thomas was an undrafted free agent from non-football powerhouse, the University of Illinois. If the number one pick meant that you were seen as the best player coming out of college, to be an undrafted player was the equivalent of when the lights come on at the end of the night at a bar and you're looking to see who's left to take home in desperation. Thomas was undrafted in 2007 and had to sign a UDFA contract for the league minimum and fight hard to make the team. Thomas started out on the special teams, but after some injuries, found himself to lead back to one of the NFL's best offenses. He didn't do much his first year, but throughout the next 5 years, he would lead the team in rushing, playing as much, if not more, than Reggie Bush on a team that won the Super Bowl in 2010. While Bush is being paid nearly $10 million a year to be a small role player, Thomas is being paid less than $1 million a year to do basically the same thing. After that Super Bowl win in 2010, the writing was on the wall. Bush did not get offered a second contract. I need the Ranger at my corner. Thomas signed a comparatively cheap extension and stayed with the team for a full 7 seasons. Now, Reggie Bush had a decent career. He was no scrub, but he never amounted to what people saw from him in college. This isn't new. He wasn't the first high draft pick at any position to not pan out to their perceived potential, but he was outplayed on a team by a player who made far less than him, who was allocated much less resources for the team. And the Texans who passed on him got a better player in the process. And at the same time, Pierre Thomas and the Saints got the same level of production for around $9 million less money. At the time, I don't think people realized what had just happened, what the league had just proven about the running back position and the evolution of football as a whole. Everything that running backs are going through now was probably set into motion. Objective mark. Still, in the early 2010s, Bush did get 2 more multi-year, multi-million-dollar contracts before his playing career was over. Even as a non-workhorse running back who never lived up to potential, he remained a valuable commodity valued at his true worth. But in today's NFL, only 10 plus years later, he never get these opportunities. As a final proof of what's going on here, let's look at last year's Super Bowl. Last year, the Super Bowl was played between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. Both teams employ what is referred to as running back. Instead of having one highly skilled and well-paid running back that can do everything. Both teams had 2 or 3 to cover all the bases. The Chiefs did have a first-round draft pick running back on their team. His name was Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and he touched the ball a total of 0 times in the game. He was a complete non-factor and hasn't been very valuable this whole time during his early career. Instead, the Chiefs' rushing attack was led by Isaiah Pacheco, a 7th-round rookie and one of the last players picked in last year's draft, who emerged as the lead back over the course of the season. Along with him is Jerick McKinnon, an aging journeyman who emerged as a pass-catching back earlier in the year. The Eagles are even deeper in the draft. They were led by their main back, Miles Sanders, who was drafted in the 2nd round in 2019, and 2 other later-round picks. Sanders, who is a talented back, was then not re-signed in free agency. He was signed by the Carolina Panthers for a modest contract and was replaced by talented journeyman for the amount that Miles Sanders will make this year. The Eagles are paying all of their running backs and still will have billions of dollars left. These 2 championship-level teams would probably have never given Saquon Barkley a shot if he were a free agent. And as of writing, they have not even bothered to take a look at high-end running backs still on the free agent market, such as Kareem Hunt, Ezekiel Elliott, or Dalvin Cook. Backs that would no doubt improve their teams, but cost more than what they want to pay for this position of low value.
You have marquee running backs for sure, but what you've seen during this generation,
Sentry ready.
Got hit to the back end. That running back that you get in the 2nd or 3rd round of the draft can possibly give you just as much, if not more, production as the running back that you took at the top of the 1st round. And if you could get that kind of production from somebody in the 4th round, why use a 1st-round pick on a player of that caliber? And the 1st-round pick determines how much money, like basically how much money you're slotted to get paid is determined by your draft stock, your draft position. So basically, with the way it is now, if the team knows we can wait until the 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th round to draft a running back, or bring in an undrafted player, that's happened, where a guy comes in off the street and all of a sudden it's your bell cow for the year. Now, that's not regular, that's not normal, but it has happened. You know what I mean? And when you see examples of that,
Philip Lindsay,
you have Le'Veon Bell, who holds out and decides that he's going to sit out for a year, and the team misses the playoffs, but during that time, you have a rookie come in that actually makes a Pro Bowl. All of a sudden, you look at Le'Veon and say, do I really want to give him 50, 60, 70 million dollars?
My thing was like, I got to be better than who's the running back who has the best hands. I got to have better hands than who's the running back with the best, 3rd down routes. I got to have better routes. And so you do what you can to maximize your value so that you stay on the field. The flip side of that is if you keep staying on the field as a running back, you lose value in their eyes because you have more wear and tear on it. You know what I mean? So you're always being measured with this metric of, yeah, you can do this, but it also the byproduct of that is this. And as a running back, that's very unique, and to answer your question, the toll it took was, I mean, there's a lot, I still got lingering injuries, but luckily I hit early and I was able to get a payday. I still, they still robbed me from labor early for sure. 2010, I was on minimum rookie undrafted. Rushing, and then next year I was a Pro Bowler, top 5 rushing, top 5 league touchdowns again. So they got 2 years of free labor. Again, in their eyes, good business. But to me, it's like it's robbing. You know what I mean? Because I gave you 60 million, 50 million worth of production, but only got $500,000.
On one level, that's awful, but to an extent, that's just the business. This is the reality of what the position is. Not paying a running back is the smart move. Business. Those dollars that would go to the top running back can pay other people on the team whose labor is much less difficult to do. And this is because the labor that running backs provide can be easily replicated and replaced to a relatively decent level by inferior players. Marketing is a victim of the times of the marketplace and the evolution of the market. But here's my point. Much like dinosaurs turning into birds, there's a lot of logical reasons why things change over time. But unlike evolution happening in the animal kingdom, the way this works isn't purely a happenstance of natural environmental factors. In humans and in sports and games, These things evolve greatly because of human behavior and decision. And in football's case, it's questionable whether this evolution is just due to innovation of the game or engineering of the sport with specific goals in mind. Goals that completely disregard what it takes and what it feels like to be an NFL player.
There are actual agendas, right, that are played out from the top down, from an ownership perspective down to coaching staff, media, and all the rest of the stuff. And when you look at running backs, right, most people would just say, all right, this just isn't the time of the running back.
I'm always saying, like, quarterbacks don't play our position, our sport. They play an entirely different sport. You're just a hater. Like, I'm not a hater, I'm different. I'm in training camp, and while I'm getting ready for war, because I got to go hit 300-pound cats and run away from 250-pound cats who squat a cow, I gotta mentally prepare for that. Quarterbacks over here playing golf on the field because they have red jerseys on and they ain't afraid of getting hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a reality they have to think about. And even in the game, if you hit them too hard, you penalize your team. So defenders are like, I'm gonna get him, but I ain't gonna get him.
So the question is, what changed? And the short answer to that is several rules that make passing much easier to fulfill. But the reasons why those rules exist is a little bit more complex. A relatively uncritical glance would tell you that the biggest factor in the NFL's rule changes have essentially been about the sake of player safety. In the late 2000s, the issue of the NFL's brutality became a big focal point for the league and fans of the game. Multiple retired players, including many NFL legends, were suffering from significant mental and behavioral illnesses, often causing debilitating conditions, drug addiction, depression, and in many cases self-deletion, with some players purposely shooting themselves in the chest in order to preserve their brains so that their brains could be studied to see what was wrong with NFL players. This resulted in the discovery that football players had a high likelihood of contracting chronic traumatic encephalopathy, otherwise known as CTE, a brain disease caused by chronic head trauma, something that is highly likely when you play a game where 250-pound super athletes throw themselves each other at top speed. As a result, the NFL made numerous rule changes along with putting tons of new technology into the equipment with the goal of taking much of the wanton violence out of the game. And the places where these rules seemed to have the biggest impact on the game was in the way that defenders were allowed to tackle and challenge quarterbacks and receivers. Gone were the days just 10 or so years ago where guys could shoot themselves like missiles at defensive, unaware players as a way to enforce on-field situational control, aka so you are receivers who better have been really brave to come over the middle of the field with Ronnie Lott, Steve Atwater, and John Lynch was patrolling.
When you go across the middle, this is the result. What happened? You get the crap knocked out of you.
And for that reason, if that reason only, I'll catch that ball. Believe me, I'll catch it. I'll go in and get it, just so I can sit back in the field.
Out! 200 meters!
They might even go to the DJ and say, hey, you know I traded concussion for a reception.
On top of this, while quarterbacks can still be hit, they couldn't be ragdolled and slammed into the ground, punished and brutalized for even attempting to throw passes. This overall is a good thing, but it has caused a massive shift in the way the game is played over the last decade and a half. And earlier is that passing is now a much safer and more efficient strategy. And what this means is that you don't need a running back the way you used to. Before, a 6-foot-tall, 250-pound Bettis was a key part to one of the best teams of the 90s and early 2000s. And now, 5'10", 195-pound Devon Achane looks like the biggest running back still at the draft. And yet, a second-round player in the first one.
From the 24, on first down, a big hole for Achane, still going, down the sideline.
Even other positions have changed. Off-ball linemen used to be the size of modern defensive ends. Guys like Brian Cox, Devon Kirkland, Brian Urlacher, and Ray Lewis were used standing 6'3", 6'4", 250 pounds so they could tackle Jerome Bettis or Eddie George or Steven Jackson. Now, some of the top linebackers are much closer to 220, and they're closer to 5'11" and just over 6 feet because they had to get smaller and faster to play the passing game. because the passing game is king in the modern NFL. The passing game is key because that is how the game evolved. And most of the physicality of the game has greatly increased, which means that Saquon Barkley's role needs to not just be to run, but to catch passes and block them. Which, by the way, we'll come back to this later, are things he's actually still pretty good at. But it's still much cheaper to get two scrubs who can do the same two things. Probably harder. That said, it's a little difficult to fully buy into the player safety narrative as it pertains to these core changes. While yes, I think it's undeniable that the NFL is safer, there are still many things the NFL does that it knows makes the game less safe than it has to be. Many teams play on synthetic turf instead of natural grass, which historically is harder on players' bodies.
His first real public action here is calling for the fields to be flipped to grass. This is obviously a huge conversation around it all. There are stats on the NFL player side that say, like, hey, grass is more healthy for lower extremities, ankles, knees, and also every player that's ever played has said, yes, give me grass for my joints as opposed to turf.
In 2022, the NFL added an extra game, extending the year and thus the wear and tear on players' bodies. And also they've been playing Thursday games for years now, which forces players to play 2 football games, organized train wrecks within a 7-day period without adequate rest. Quarterbacks and wide receivers, 2 of the most focal points of modern NFL offenses, are now all but illegal to hit due to the new rules for safety. But in reality, it wasn't players like them most commonly having the worst CTE symptoms. Research showed that it was predominantly offensive and defensive linemen who don't experience huge kill shot hits, but get much more frequent low impact contact. And most of the prominent stories of CTE were often defensive players. This is not to say receivers don't put themselves in huge, unique danger standing there out in the open, but historically, it was other players at other positions rather than receiver or quarterback experiencing the worst health problems later in life. Lastly, the NFL doesn't pay for fucking health care for their players after they're retired. So, like...
It's just funny, they say it's about player safety, but they make you play Thursday night games. They added a game to the schedule. Like, they don't give a fuck, but they don't give health care to ex-players. How do we care about, they've hit concussion studies. Like, I got a litany of shit. Like, how do you care about player safety? How is it about player safety? It's about ticket sales. Like, it's about TV contracts. Like, I wish they would just keep it a buck. The game has changed in the ways as by design. They want to see more touchdowns, high flying games, a lot of yards, right?
Right.
Well, by doing that, they've actually, it's not that the game changed and athletes changed. They changed the rules. So defensive pass interference, going across the middle ain't the same as what it used to be. The way in which you can hit a quarterback has changed. Right?
It's like before, you could only have a Michael Irvin,
please.
Jerry Rice type dude, or you couldn't go over the middle. It just wasn't happening, right? And so now all of a sudden you can have Devontae Smith, you know, who's like a size that you never have seen in the NFL.
Tyreek Hill
in the 90s, you know, Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill's a number 1.
Right. That would have never happened in like the era we grew up watching football.
It couldn't.
Yeah. And so the game changes, and now Tyreek Hill is getting paid within the category that a running back would have gotten paid 15 years ago. 15, 20 years ago.
If it were purely safety, it feels like there would be different rules to change blocking and tackling, those big puffy helmets that they wear during the off season. All the linemen should probably be wearing that in every game. So if it's not player safety, we may have to get into some uncomfortable conversations about what it was that the NFL did to change its game, with the maybe unintended but end result in having guys like Saquon Barkley taking way less money than they deserve based on the market. In his book, $40 Million Slaves, sports journalist and historian William C. Roden talks about the concept of jockey syndrome, named after the dominance and then disappearance of the African-American horse jockey. Over a century ago, horse racing was one of the most prestigious sports in the entire country, probably as celebrated as football is now. And believe it or not, it was once dominated completely by black jockeys. Black jockeys had a significant advantage in that they were often current or former slaves whose whole job had been the care and training of horses. This gave them a significant edge over white jockeys who simply could not compete. Considering the prestige of the sport as well as the significant money involved through gambling, this just could not be. So after years of dominating the sport, white folks did what they tend to do when certain types of black people get a little too much success in an area that's a little too visible for everyone's comfort, aka they destroyed them.
Only since the 1890s, when white jockeys formed anti-colored unions and virtually drove black riders off the tracks, did that profession attain its current respectability. The Jockey Club was formed and became the national administrative arm of the horse racing industry. Among its other responsibilities, the club licensed jockeys. In many cases, black jockeys were not relisted. That practice, along with a reluctance of white horse owners to hire black riders and the black exodus from the South in the face of escalating violence directed at blacks there, reduced the pool of jockeys. The root of the change was greed, money, and racism.
A combination of dirty play, bureaucracy, scandal, and economics killed the black jockey as black men were at the height of the sport. And similar things have happened in American sports forever, whether it be white champions refusing to fight Jack Johnson for years so that a black man can never be the heavyweight champion, or Muhammad Ali years later missing his prime years due to Vietnam because, okay, we'll have a black champion, but maybe not one that was so outspoken about racism in America. Speaking of racism in America, there's Colin Kaepernick being blackballed. Or if you want to get away from racism, which I understand probably a lot of you watching definitely do, just look at the modern NBA and how different it looks compared to how it did in the early 2000s and the 90s. I don't follow the NBA enough to die on this hill, so feel free to correct me in the comments, but changes to the rules around contact and the influx of European players has significantly reduced the level of physicality in the game and greatly reduced the amount of melanin. I don't know if the relatively smaller guys like Tyler Herro could have the same level of success if they were still playing in an era where guys like Alonzo Mourning or Charles Oakley could basically drop the people's elbow on you if you came to the paint without the proper attitude. What was a large big man sport, usually large big black man, is now a sport more amenable to smaller perimeter shooters. And of course, the NBA is still predominantly black, but it's not the same type of black sport that it was in the early 2000s. Insert Little Bill's video about Allen Iverson here. Historically, the black male athlete has always been a site of conflict for America. For one, the racial hierarchy in this country always needs to have black men and black people in a certain position. But when that position is elevated to sports superstar, things get a little bit complicated. Not only are these black men getting extremely rich, richer than most of the people who enjoy watching them play the sport, but they also get more talkative, more vocal, sometimes more uppity. Many of them even dare to date white women. In fact, for a while, a lot of them dared to date white women. All of these things create lots of conflict for how the black athlete is perceived and treated, and how there's always a constant desire to put him back in his place. White men in America's early history had always been depicted as the pinnacle of masculinity, in part due to their physical dominance in sport. But as black athletes began to encroach upon this image in the 19th and 20th century, there was both a shift in the way that athletic prowess was defined, but also a shift in rules to make it so these black athletes, whether or not they were really good or really bad, still could clearly be controlled or excised from the games that they were lucky to have the opportunity to play. Again, Roden writes.
And there's no question that among some powerful white Americans, the black presence in sports was becoming a threat. At the turn of the 20th century, the prevailing wisdom among racialists was that African Americans, because of irreparable genetic deficiencies, would not survive. So for those who wish the country's Negro problem would just go away, the black athlete became an uneasy symbol of African Americans' deeply rooted presence in America. This resilience was crystallized over the next century by the predominance of African American athletes in white sports, even under the regime of jockey syndrome. No sooner had one star or group of stars emerged than another, usually in another sport, emerged.
I'm super cautious. Like, it's a red flag whenever I hear people talk about this guy's a character problem or this guy's this. That just means he doesn't do everything y'all tell. That means he doesn't dance. That doesn't mean that he's a problem. Right. You know what I mean? Like, most of the guys that are problem guys, they don't even really talk about like that. The guys that they talk about being a problem are the ones that don't dance.
Yeah.
You know what I
That's
mean?
real. The problem, guys, they cover up for. You find out when somebody get in trouble.
Yeah, you find out when the video gets made public, or when it, you know, and that's the thing. You can be a terrible human being, and people will make all of the excuses in the world for you because of your utility. But the second you realize that you are more than that utility, and you operate with that understanding, oh, they'll show you your place real quick.
I say all this to say that I think a key element to the rule changes in the NFL over the last 20 years was not so much for the good of the sport, but a little bit of jockey theory. I don't think you can ignore that this alteration just so happened to shift the balance of power and focus of NFL stardom and offenses from the almost categorically black running backs who dominated the position to the still at the time predominantly white quarterback position. And that's something that's changed up until this. If you look at this shift as well as the rule changes, it all begins in the early 2000s, right alongside the emergence of Peyton Manning and Tom Brady as the superstars and faces of the NFL. Manning enters the league in 1998, and Brady enters in 2000. And in 2002, it becomes illegal to hit a QB helmet to helmet. In 2005, unnecessary roughness penalties began on defense and receivers. Brady and Manning had already become very successful, but this is where you start to see their numbers significantly expand. And I want to be clear, because I know people are going to call me on this. I'm not saying that Brady and Manning weren't great or legends deserving of the top spots that they had in the NFL, but it's impossible not to see how their games changed after the changes in the rules. For those who were there, when Brady first came into the league, he wasn't an elite passer. He was mostly a game manager, especially for those early championship teams that he was on. Those early Super Bowl championships were won by defense and running games. And that's how most Super Bowl championships were won up until the late 2000s. It's not until 2005, after rule changes, where Brady even posts a 4,000-yard passing season. 2 years after that, he breaks almost every passing record in the season in the book. He gets Randy Moss on his team, and the team goes 17-0 in the regular season. And then the following year, he gets hurt in the first game of the season. A low hit from a defender tears up his knee in week 1. And guess what? The next year, they literally make that type of hit illegal. They changed the rules of the entire NFL to make it so that somebody had to pay for Tom Brady missing an entire season. Regardless of how you see the racial component, recognize that the game was just different before these rule changes. QBs of the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s didn't win championships just by being great by themselves. Guys like Dan Marino, Warren Moon, Boomer Esiason, and Jim Kelly are Hall of Fame level QBs that put up great numbers but couldn't beat the truly great complete teams. Great QBs that won Super Bowls had to be surrounded by good defenses and running games like Troy Aikman in Dallas or Steve Young in Montana in San Francisco, and again, young Tom Brady in New England. In fact, during that time period, it was more than possible to win a Super Bowl with a bad to mediocre quarterback. Just look at the legendary names that have won the Super Bowl, such as Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, Jeff Hostetler. John Elway is arguably the most talented quarterback to ever play the position, and he single-handedly took his team to 3 Super Bowls earlier in his career. But he didn't win. In fact, he got blown out in most of them. He didn't win his first and then second Super Bowl until he was much older and a less effective quarterback, greatly because he had a Hall of Fame level running back on his team at the time. Today, things are the opposite. A good defense can't get you very far if you don't have an elite quarterback on the other side. Tom Brady dominated most of the decade on teams where you can't name 3 or 4 other significant players. Tom Brady was so good that he literally just joined a random team in 2020, and that team won the Super Bowl, even though they were one of the worst teams in the NFL for the preceding years. You can pretty much pencil in the Chiefs as the AFC representative in the Super Bowl every year as long as Patrick Mahomes is playing, and he's only lost the Super Bowl to Tom Brady. But Mahomes also brings up another interesting issue as we circle back to whether or not race is as big a deal for the NFL as it might seem, depending on how you look at jockey syndrome. See, with all the changes in the game, to put it simply, it's easier to be a quarterback. And that has also changed what the quarterback looks like, not just in terms of race, but also in terms of height and athletic ability. Now more quarterbacks are smaller, faster, and suddenly black. The position has changed, and many of these black quarterbacks and their high-end athletic ability, more than likely years ago, before the changes in the game, would have been forced to play other positions instead of being allowed to play quarterback. This year, nearly half the starting quarterbacks in the NFL are of African-American descent. 3 black quarterbacks were the first quarterbacks drafted in this past year's NFL draft, which has never happened before. So we will see in the future if things are really as racially motivated as I sometimes suspect, whether or not new rule changes or some other phenomenon comes to make that happen a lot less than it's happening now. And to be honest, I think that actually won't be the case. But here's the thing, the racial element of jockey syndrome is not always purely about black men, but more so the types of black men that are allowed to enter into certain spaces. So while there are more black QBs than ever before, there's also a clear delineation between them and every other black position being played in the NFL. All QBs, even the black ones, tend to be more clean-cut than their peers. A 2014 survey found that the vast majority of QBs in the NFL come from 2-parent households. I can't find data on this, but I'm very open to be proven wrong, but I imagine that is probably an extreme outlier for most other NFL players. And the result of this is that although the QB position isn't as overwhelmingly white as it was in the past, that position is still very white and cold. Players that appear to this code of conduct and aesthetic, and players that don't adhere to it, such as Cam Newton or Lamar Jackson, are faced with scrutiny for their behavior in ways that other quarterbacks are not. The quarterback is an esteemed and protected class in the NFL, unlike the running back and their defensive counterparts. And I don't foresee a future where that changes, even if more black quarterbacks continue to enter the league. Further, I don't think white quarterbacks will ever disappear because the white quarterbacks are showing just as much athletic ability as their black counterparts. But here's the thing, we can really leave race out of it. I'm not, but if you want to, you can. Because whether it was purely player safety or jockey syndrome, the bottom line is that football changed for reasons other than natural evolution and innovation in the sport. The owners and administration, the people with power in the NFL, most of whom are billionaires, literally got in a room and decided the rules of the game needed to change to create a more exciting product and get more money. I'm trying to force you to look at the game beyond just the sport you play on the field, which I know is paradoxical because so many people watch football or watch any sport as an escape from those issues and topics. But the fact of the matter is, we got some bigger shit to talk about. What killed the running back, what threats to kill us all as workers and laborers, is the dynamic between who has power and dictating what work and labor needs to look like and who doesn't. How do those in power value you as the worker and your labor in comparison to others? What are their goals and what are they willing to sacrifice to reach them? I said earlier that the current state of affairs for running backs is a matter of good business, and that the rule changes in the NFL are for the good of the game. But we have to ask a couple questions. One, what does the good of the game actually look like, and who really should decide that? And two, at what point should good morals and good values trump good business?
I'm ready to be amazing at his position. Like, you know, one of the greatest of all time at his position. His position is a very specific skill set, and the rules have been created around that skill set to market the game, right? You can't tell me with these eyes that I've seen that Tom Brady is the greatest athlete of all time when I've seen Barry Sanders for a few years. You can't tell me that, bro. But the way in which they market this game and this league and these quarterbacks has convinced me that these underachieving quarterbacks deserve, these backup quarterbacks deserve $10 million a season. Because just in case. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have, that's how much they have marketed and tricked people into believing this shit. But Saquon Barkley is like, you got what you good, this is the contract you signed. Well, he didn't have any opportunity because they're not negotiating on the same level playing field. It's uneven. It's not equitable. You should not be negotiating the same way with running backs when you negotiate with backup quarterbacks. It's not the same. And they will not they will not change that. Like I said, unless there's public pressure. The only way to do public pressure is some kind of like, some kind of uncomfortable display. Some kind of uncomfortable shit has to happen.
So if you're a non-sports fan who's gotten this far, you're probably asking yourself, how does all of this sports, ball, football nonsense relate to everything? Why should regular folks care that multi-millionaire athletes aren't given a fair shot to become multi? Athletes aren't auto workers or farmers and teachers. They don't provide this information to society. This is much ado about nothing. And there's some merit to it. But if you know that, if you watch me by the videos and feel free to you'll understand that this video was never actually about running backs. This video was always about Packers. That's right, y'all. I am not Tom Grossi. Also, fuck the Packers. If the last chapter didn't reveal my power level, then just strap in as I put on my Antifa mask and use the power of George Soros himself to start the NFL running back People's Revolution. Seriously. I know people probably have checked out when we started getting into race, but if you made it this far, I want you to fully hear me out here, because regardless of your race and regardless of the fact that the subject of this video are, again, multi-millionaire athletes, their fight is relevant to everyone in America who has ever worked for a living, who have seen their benefits shrink, their paychecks get smaller, while their work days get longer. I won't scare you too much more, I promise. You can check out my goal here is to use the fight of the running back, the position in football that produces some of the best moments in the sport, to illustrate the folly of unfettered capitalism. We have to look at how and why both the running backs and fans are just expected to be okay with this jacked up situation just because those with the money say it's best practices for the sport. This starts with recognizing that the owners, these billionaires who never put on pads, shouldn't be the ones to dictate what's good for the game. Hell, if you know anything about football ownership, half of them don't even watch the game. So we've established that running back labor just isn't all that valuable to the market. That is still true, that is not about to change, because the game has changed and the market has shifted, which is why the league has adjusted. And the rules of capitalism say that those athletes just need to maybe play different positions, switch to receiver or running back, maybe even linebacker, which is actually something that's already happened. I'm pretty sure a guy like Debo Samuel would probably have been a running back in the NFL if he came up 10, 15 years ago. And that's the nature of free market capitalism and having competition in the marketplace and you know, all the other stuff about capitalism that we're told and how capitalism can lead to American exceptions and all the different society, socialist, egalitarian politics so bad. And all this pro-capitalism stuff is really ironic because in reality, rich people have always loved socialist policies. They love socialism. Public money to bail out banks under Obama. The NFL itself has a ton of socialist policies. The NFL literally practices wealth redistribution through profit sharing, allowing for poor teams in cities like Cincinnati or Detroit to remain in competition with rich teams by taking part of their money. They purposely give the worst team in the NFL the first overall draft, rewarding failure, as they might call it. Rich people hate socialism, except when it's socialism between other rich people, then it's capitalism. But the problem with the logic of players just changing their position is the same problem that we have when we tell fast food organizations to get other jobs. The labor that that job represents is still very much necessary. Somebody needs to run the ball, block for the quarterback and pick up blitzes, and catch passes and screen passes and screen passes, and all those things that make the NFL offense function. But again, the running back still provides us with the best of those exciting parts of the game. Fans still want running backs in the modern games the reason. So why are we allowing market forces to take it away?
Alright, but this cat is still important to the game, which he is, right? All cold weather games, all playoff games will show you that. Then let's change the pay structure. Let's say they can get out of contract a little faster. We can heavy load incentives off rip. Like there are different ways to do it. Yeah, because that's business on there.
Their job is to put the best product on the field that they can find for the least amount of money. So just by nature of those two paradigms, you're automatically going to have a predatory relationship there. But what makes it even worse, though, is everybody knows what's happening, right? They know that by the end of most of these guys' first contract, usually they've had so much taken out of their bodies that they're not even the same player that they were when they came into. And during the time where they're supposed to be getting compensated for that, you know what I mean? And given the generational wealth that will actually fortify them for the rest of their career, that's when they're told that you're not valuable enough. Problem is by the end of most of these guys' first contracts, the teams see them as damaged goods.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because y'all are the ones that damaged them. If you didn't give this guy 300 carries in a year, they'd be fine.
Right.
But you want to use them for that capital. You want them to get that mileage put on them.
They want to exploit that labor.
Compensate them for that mileage.
We have a situation where the Buffalo Bills, a top-tier team that has needed a good running back for years now, didn't sign Dalvin Cook, a top 10 running back that was a free agent this offseason. Instead, they're literally starting Dalvin Cook's smaller and less talented 200 meters. James, somehow they want to convince us that this is best for the game, but it's really what's best for them. What's happening in the NFL with running backs is something that labor theorists might call specializing. That is, workers whose job is to do very specific things. This allows for a more streamlined and efficient work process, or in this case, an offense. But it also has the byproduct of making people that do that labor much more expendable and thus easy to underpay. Running, blocking, and catching, those are the core features to a top-tier NFL running back. And Saquon Barkley can do all three, but it's a little cheaper to just get 3 different guys to do those same things at a fraction of the price. Even if those 3 guys don't really need Barkley's talent in any of those 3 areas. So the valuable and important labor of the NFL running back still gets done, but the players and fans suffer because the players get paid less and the fans see a lesser disregard. And the wildest thing is that aside from being shitty for fans and players, it's literally not how capitalism is supposed to work, at least how it's sold to us. If I'm not mistaken, one of the core aspects of capitalism was that talent and hard work pay off, right? No. Capitalism greatly hinges upon the concept of the profit. The profit motive basically states that businesses should profit generate above all else. Even objective not disregarding how pursuing those profits affect that objective. Profit driven will still inevitably lead to better service. Objective! Products and allowing the most talented to use those talents is beneficial to society. Those talented, ambitious, and daring people willing to take risks will create, innovate new ways of doing things for their own selfish needs. Everyone will benefit, you know, all that Ayn Rand shit.
But American media, politics, American economy, very good at marketing on the side of the billionaires. They have convinced those people that one day you can be a billionaire too. And is that fair that you work hard all those years and just have your employees and all these things? Like they're very good at all the while getting fucked in the exact same situation. You just want a smaller scale. Yo, it's not even that they think they're gonna be rich, it's that they think this is just 200 meters!
Hostile helo airborne!
People deserve to treat them like shit because they're rich, and I deserve whatever I get because I'm not. If anybody like coming through
attack the objective!
Like that's why they fight so hard against their own self-interest. But like to them, that's the closest thing to being divine. They fight for them like God. That's the wildness of capitalism, like the culture that we live in the West. Rich people are overtly telling them, yo, now you're gonna like eat your children and like murder your grandparents. But it's good for the economy.
And that's legit how we tend to see the world. We deify people like Thomas Edison, Steve
Keep
Jobs,
them from this point!
Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. These men are celebrated and loved for how their hard work and ingenuity transform America and the world with their products, innovation,
Take that objective!
grit, bootstraps, get it out the mud, all that shit. Just don't think about the people they stole ideas from, or workers exploited or harmed with their innovations. Don't think about the fact that So now there's a whole market of selling glass buildings as a Tesla accessory. The idea that the profit motive brings about a better product in British society is not true. The NFL proves it, and if it ever was true, those days have long since passed. Capitalism has the capacity to promote innovation to an extent, but after a certain point, capitalism and capitalists will always realize that the greatest innovation, the greatest way to improve
About 90 meters from my position.
Going back to Henry Ford, cars used to take weeks to make, required the labor of multi-skilled mechanics, electricians, and engineers, and thus were much more expensive, making them only affordable to the rich. Then Ford created the assembly line, and the assembly line revolutionized car production and was so amazing that it was copied by other industries as well. You can see assembly lines influence in how you get your fast food, how you get your shoes, how your Amazon packages are. This definitely benefited the auto industry. Over the long run, made cars cheaper and more affordable for more people to buy them. But assembly line work is ruling in low skill. And because those workers are unskilled, they're easy to replace, which means that Ford can pay them less and less money and replace anyone that was making an
Clear that objective!
Thus, all the work that goes on in an assembly line, people losing limbs and creating calluses on their hands, trying to plug and pull the same piece into a car for hours in the entire day.
Danger!
They can't
110 meters! Danger located!
Even now, as cars are made of plastic instead of metal, McDonald's hamburgers are made from pink slime, Marvel movies have awful CGI, some of the best teams have running backs that only be in the NFL in 2020. And all the people, real who's responsible for this labor, are being paid far less.
Hold the line here!
The entirety
Attack the objective!
Which is basically capitalist corporations people with power to enforce and alter policies.
Begin your attack!
Deciding that it's more valuable.
Secure the objective!
Low-skilled labor be responsible for really important things. And those important things become less valuable in the long run, and the labor becomes less valuable in the long run. But because it's essential work, things still have to get done, and people will still have to pay. But the only people that truly profit in this equation are the people that are least affected by the problem. This same logic is also used to excuse low pay and support for teachers and social workers, healthcare providers, truck drivers, and so many forms of extremely important but devalued labor. People being paid less than livable wages, despite the fact that their jobs are literally essential to everyday life. Many of these people were some of the first people to report back to work before COVID was over. FYI, COVID is not over. Please get your vaccines. And some of these people literally never stopped working, even during the height of the pandemic. And we, the consumer, are not really seeing a better product. We're maybe getting it for cheaper. And the shareholders and executives at the top of the food chain see yearly increases in profits. I'm sure you've already heard that during COVID, as everyone else was suffering, the top 1% of incomes got even bigger. So it doesn't matter that Reggie Bush didn't become the next Barry Sanders. It doesn't matter that 3 or 4 mediocre running backs can do the same job as Saquon Barkley. The labor that they do is not only still valuable and entertaining, it's grueling for them. Their humanity is still valuable. And there definitely needs to be a reckoning with the fact that the changes in evolution in the game did not come from a natural process. It came from those above deciding to change the game in a way that increased their profits. And I know that some people are going to be like, well, the players should just be grateful to get as much money as they're getting, especially running backs, because they're so easy to replace. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why I brought up the racial component, because you can't not notice that we're talking about 99% of NFL owners being old white billionaires and 99% of NFL running backs being young black men. Surely any football player should be thankful for the fact that they get paid obscene amounts of money to play a sport, to play a game. And there is minimal chance of death, at least during your playing days. So, sure. But not to the point where they should be okay with being exploited in an unfair situation. That they should be okay with how much money their work generates, and they don't get the biggest piece of that pie. Instead, it goes to these old white men who've never put on a helmet. Arian Foster and Aaron Maben both put their bodies on the line literally to play that game and to make that money. You could argue that they should be grateful and that they inherited world-class athleticism maybe, but they still put in the work to get where they are.
Yeah, that is wild.
The idea is that this is an honor and a privilege, and how dare you have the audacity not to take it with a smile and say thank you.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that was always my big, like when I walked away from the game, I had more football in me. I had a lot more football in me, but I didn't have the business of football in me anymore. I didn't have a love for the entire process that I had at one point in time. You know what I mean? And that's a very real thing for a lot of players, especially now. And think about it, that guys my age and younger are the first generation that even knows about CTE and, you know what I mean? Like the real results of brain trauma. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, and think about it like this. It's like, man, I haven't played the game in 10 years. You know what I mean? But I know for a fact I played it since I was 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way that I don't have some type of bullshit in my future as a result of this game. And for me to be the guy now, like, the only reason you know me now is because of what's in my head. You know what I mean? Like, my intellect, my art, my talent, like, everything that's in my head is literally what makes me who I am now. And that's the thing that I have to worry about, literally being ripped apart at some point. How many of us would have actually played if we knew that?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And playing in the NFL is a privilege. What the fuck is you talk like by the definition of privilege? Like you can I guess you can categorize anything as a privilege. You know, eyesight is a privilege, right? But the way they market it is like it's a privilege to play in the city. Like, no, doggy, it's a right. I bully my way here. Like, I earned this. Like, how's that a privilege? And then from that, they take from you your humanity about how you got there. They take from you what I feel is like regular working labor conditions. Like you have to be able to bang for your fellow employees.
Meanwhile, the strongest predictor of being rich in America is being born rich. We create this fantasy about our millionaires and billionaires being self-made, but the vast majority of rich people, the people that we celebrate, often were rich before they became famous. Jeff Bezos, we talk about how he started Amazon from his garage, but not about the fact that he got a $250,000 investment from his parents. When you hear people say that these players should be grateful, what you're hearing is a class and low-key racist dog whistle. The idea that those born rich and powerful deserve that wealth and power by some divine right, and if they choose to share that wealth with you, the lowly football player, whether you're a black and from an inner city neighborhood, or the litany of white rural players from small country towns destroyed by neoliberal policies, you should be fine. In fact, you should be so lucky. And once again, this is why it's universal, because it's not just running backs, it's everyone who has a job. People don't want to raise the minimum wage for McDonald's workers like motherfuckers don't eat McDonald's. People think that McDonald's is for high school kids, like you wake up at 9 a.m. and get your chicken biscuit from a teenager who's going to high school. Those kids are in school. That person serving you that chicken biscuit at 9 a.m. is a young adult that needs to pay their bills. And before you say, well, that young person should just go get a better job if they want better pay, my question is, who's gonna serve you your chicken biscuit then?
I just don't understand it. But like they have conditioned this society into thinking that sports figures and athletes, it's a separate entity from the workforce. Like it's brilliant for the ownership and the people who own these organizations and the leagues. It's brilliant. Like it's a brilliant marketing. It's job well done.
Our situation.
And also you don't get the empathy from your blue collar workers, right? You don't get that because it's still a labor issue. It's a labor issue on a much grander scale. And
Our force is still strong.
I could lobby for better working conditions. I could lobby for health care. I could lobby for all these things, not being understanding that this is a lot of money. You know what I mean? All those things could be true at once, but that which is in the micro is in the macro. If they fucking us at this scale, they definitely fucking you on a smaller scale. And that is the bigger issue, is like once people realize that, man, I don't know how many movements socially across this nation's history have happened because sports, or happened because major issues, entertainment, whatever the case may be, has ushered those conversations into public consciousness, and then has trickled down into the regular average day life. That happens all the time, which is why entertainment, representation, all that shit is very important, and why we would bang for that shit all the time, because it matters in the day-to-day life. But like, they have done such a good job of marketing themselves as giving these poor people opportunities, that when we bang for anything, we're ungrateful. And like, when people really start waking up, it's like, man, my boss is doing the same thing as these bosses. Like, that's when real change happens.
Football and sports in general are unique because it's the closest thing that exists in America that's a true meritocracy, at least with the players, of course. America has this mythology about bootstrap politics and hard work, innovation, playing golf, and that's not true, except for on the field or the court or anywhere else where sport is being played. And I think that's why we love sports so much universally. The football stadium is the only place where you'll see every social, political, sexual, or ethnic group represented and unbelievably united behind one specific cause. Because in the confines of the game, those ideologies and identities get flattened into working together and supporting a goal. Sports is the only place where the American myth is still real, and the winners actually deserve to win because they were truly the most talented and most innovative. NFL players are in the NFL because 9 times out of 10, they represent the best possible laborers for the work that is professional football. Meanwhile, the owners and capitalists, their goal is making money. They have comfy chairs that they sit in while the real work is being done on the field. And we're just supposed to take their word for it that this is the best the NFL can be, as we watch Alexander Mattison run for 3 yards a carry this season. I am not grateful for this. In fact, if anything, the owners of the NFL need to be grateful for me. It's my dollars and eyes, the dollars and eyes of the fans, that generate the billions or trillions of dollars that the NFL makes. And the NFL splits this money 50-50 between 32 NFL owners and 1,700 plus NFL players. There is no more clear example of the tyranny of capitalism than these old, frail men holding the power and profiting 50% of this billion-dollar industry based completely off of these world-class athletes' bodies that are literally shaving years off their life and sacrificing their bodies for the sake of glory and our entertainment. You tell me who should be grateful for who in that equation. And while you're at it, tell me how most any workplace in this country under capitalism is all that different. I know when we think of workers' rights, millionaire professional athletes are not who should come to mind. I don't want it to be mistaken that I don't see a level of grossness in the very nature of professional sports in the face of poverty across the country and the world. And all of these running backs are already 1%ers who still see more money in their short careers, yada, yada, yada. But I also know that I can talk about this issue, and hopefully people can understand and recognize that their plight is much more similar than Israel. As with all forms of real value in the world, the source of said value is not from the top down, but from the bottom up. The value and power and talent is not from the capitalists who control the means of production, but with the laborers who make that production possible. And the laborers need to take action to rebalance that power to make things not just more fair for the labor, but also genuinely better for the sport. Unfortunately, the NFL has a players union that just agreed to a 10-year deal only back in 2020. So per that agreement, the next time the players could legally do anything about this problem would be well after many of them have played their last down. But I don't know, strikes are growing in popularity these days. It's no wonder why strikes are up in the United States 50% since 2022, and more people are seeking to take power from the capitalists. Because a lot of people, especially after COVID, looked at this system and said, whoa, y'all motherfuckers really don't care if we live or die. And we've been working our ass off thinking that this is the best it can be. And now that we know things are different, y'all might have to run some checks. And that's what NFL running backs should do. It may be ugly. I may enjoy Madden 24 or 25 a bit less. And it might ruin the NFL season. And that would suck. But I would be much happier to get a better version of the sport in 2026 than to watch Kyron Williams start another game for the Los Angeles Rams. If these folks want their money, they're going to have to organize and take it from the people that owe it to them. And that's not just me talking about NFL. Speaking of organizing with like-minded people, this video is only possible because of an organization that I joined a few years ago called Nebula. I pride myself on making content that on one end can be very challenging, very provocative, and gets out the types of ideas that I think are important to get out here on YouTube.
Ready for action!
Trying to counteract the worst ideas that seem to always get out there. On the other end, I also like to make ridiculous videos about anime and obscure rappers from the mid-90s. And what I found is that depending on which way the wind blows, a video may get tons of support from YouTube's algorithm, or it may die on the vine. And it's almost impossible to perfectly predict which one is going to happen when. Thankfully, I've collected with like-minded content creators to create Nebula. Nebula is an independent streaming service that doesn't so much replace YouTube, but represents a premier venue for YouTube-like and above content.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Joey's Retro Handhelds. I'm Joey, and today we're going to be doing a deep dive review of the Ambernic RG405. Now, I'm a little bit late on this one. Ambernic had sent me this device for review, but I had some issues with shipping, completely my fault, had the address wrong, and so it took a little bit longer for it to get to me. I should have had this review out 2 weeks ago. So apologies for that if you've been waiting on this video to make a decision. But let's dive in. And just to expand on that, Ambernic did send me this device for review, but they haven't seen this video ahead of time. They've had no input into what I say, and no money has exchanged hands, of course. So everything you're going to see today is completely from me. There's a link in the description in case you want to purchase this device straight from Ambernic, which is what I would suggest. We have the Ambernic RG405V, and this is priced at $138 US. It's a vertical form factor retro handheld device. I showed in the intro how we actually got to this point, but there's been 3 major vertical handhelds that Ambernic has released in the last year or so. And that's the Ambernic RG35XX, then the Ambernic RG353V, and now we have the RG405. I've done reviews on all of these devices if you're interested, so check them out if one of the others. Also, how do the 405V differ from the others? And the biggest thing is this has a T680 chip, which means that it can do some GameCube, Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation 2. Now, I'm going to say some very, very loosely. It'll play some of the games in its catalogs, but not a lot of them. So don't go into today expecting for perfect compatibility with their systems. They're more of a bonus in this situation. In a lot of cases, you have to go down a very long rabbit hole just to get these things to run. But there is a compatibility spreadsheet for those systems that'll help you get there for some of the games on that list. So that being said, I would absolutely look at this device if you're looking for a Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and everything underneath that for platforms. PlayStation Portable would be a weird one. It'll play really well on this device, but you have to deal with the aspect ratio since it's a 16:9, and this device here is a 4:3. But everything with Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and under would be the absolute sweet spot for this device specifically. This device comes with 128 gigs of internal storage, which is more than enough for everything up to Nintendo 64 if you just want to use internal. However, it does support SD cards, so you can use a micro SD card, and if you wanted to use up to 1 terabyte, you definitely can. So you have a lot of options. And again, with the 4-inch IPS display that we have here, we're looking at a 640 by 480 display, and that's a 4:3 aspect ratio. So it's a really good aspect ratio for a lot of the older consoles. Color-wise, you have 3 different options to choose from. You have the gray that I have here,
there's a transparent purple, and then there's a wood grain. There's no wrong choice except wood grain. The purple is probably the best, and I wish I would have had that, but I have the gray here and it's a close second. It looks really nice as well. As far as the software goes, we're running Android 12 here. And if you're scared about setting up Android, I have a bunch of different videos and setup guides on different devices for how to do so. I have a general Android setup guide, I have the 405M setup guide, which still applies to this device as well, and a whole bunch more. And then there's also a front end called Daigisho that you can use to boot all of your games from. And Anbernic has their own built-in launcher, which is called the RG launcher, and you can get to it from the quick settings panel. But I would prefer Daigisho, and if you want to go that route, which is what I'll be showing today, you can do so with some of the videos I have. Continuing on, and there's a massive 5500 milliamp battery in this device, which is 20% larger than the 405S. This device has a really good battery life, and it's definitely not a concern in any way, shape, or form. Some other features to mention about this device is they're using Hall effect joysticks, they have gyro, and as well they have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, which should be expected by any device in 2023. Looking at you, Pal Kitty. And we actually have a fan on the back of the device as well, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. But there's one key feature that I want to point out that is missing on this device, and that's the lack of HDMI-out. You can't get a signal to a TV from this device without casting or mirroring or anything that adds latency. So just keep that in mind. If this is a device that you're looking at and you really wanted HDMI out, it just doesn't exist, and it's not going to exist because we've seen it with the 405M. We're obviously going to want to see how this stacks up to other vertical handhelds. And I have the Miu Mini Plus and the Anbernic RG35XX right here to compare. Obviously, this is much, much larger than both.
Bravo 1 assault initiated by our troops.
Next, let's just compare it with some other handhelds. And I have the new Nintendo 3DS here, as well as the Anbernic RG405M. It's about the same size as the 405M's length, and it should give you an idea of some size compared to both of these devices. And now let's look at the device that this actually replaces, which is the RG353V. It's a nice upgrade in size here to make everything usable on this device, which is exactly what you want out of a successor like this. You're likely curious if this is a pocketable device, and I did a little shot here of jeans and putting it in the jeans, and I would say no, this is really not comfortable or pocketable if you're going to throw it into jeans, for example. Maybe in cargo shorts if you're still in the 90s or something along those lines, but I would say just skip the whole pocketable idea for this handheld. But for the ascended few that are using sling bags, I have the Bellroy 6-liter Venture Sling here, and it fits perfectly right inside and there's no issues. There's a lot of space. So if you were going to use a sling bag, then yeah, you could bring this along with you if you wanted. So looking at everything we just discussed, the RG405V is just a beast of a handheld. This thing is big. And so I don't think it's very pocketable. It's definitely something that you could bring in a sling, but just think of it as maybe a home console instead of a portable or something that you bring with you everywhere you go. With all of that out of the way, let's get into the opinionated build quality section and talk about it. There's no other way to put this, but Anbernic really knocked it out of the park here with ergonomics and comfort. Going back to my thoughts on the RG353V, I found it to be cramped. The sticks are just useless and the whole thing is just not a good experience. There's none of that here, and it really does feel like an upgrade. Looking at the front, and we have curved bottoms that help with the palm placement. And it helps with playing because there's no sharp edges or anything that really hurts your palm. But the real magic here is on the back. There's two large humps that make it super easy to hold while playing. And you can even do it one-handed because the weight distribution is really good on this device. And it doesn't feel like a pain on your wrist. Now, I wouldn't suggest doing it for hours, but it's been useful in some Pokemon situations where I just wanted to one-hand the device. However, the one awesome feature feature that I wanted to point out is these two little indents on the bottom of the back that match up exactly where your fingers would go. Taking a look at it from behind, and you can see that no matter how you hold it, your fingers slide in nicely into the little groove. This whole device feels like it was designed for ergonomics and comfort first, and I absolutely love it. Going over the buttons, we have the standard Anbernic D-pad, which, if it's different than the RG405M, it could have fooled me. They're both the same from what I can tell.
Sector Alpha has been taken by us.
There's a really large home button, which I like, and it has the same face buttons from the 405M, which again I like as well, and they're nice and big. Then we have the two Hall Effect analog sticks. The analog sticks on this device are actually useful compared to the RG353D. And that's because of how they made this from a size perspective. That was the #1 thing that I was looking for in this device, and one of the main things that would make me consider this device as my only vertical handheld if I wanted that extra power. On the back, we have the 4 shoulder buttons, and another new difference here is Anbernic went with a sloped approach to the buttons, which is nice. The main issue that I have with these buttons here is that it's really easy to accidentally press the L1 and R1 buttons, given how easy they are to push down. It's sort of a shame because it's really the only major negative I have with this device and the build quality, and I would have liked them to be a little bit harder to push down or maybe not so close to the edges. Rounding out the tour here, and on the left side we have the SD card slot and the reset button. The top has the USB-C charging, there's an exhaust as well, and then the LED to show if it's powered on or charging. On the right is the volume buttons and power button. And then lastly, on the bottom is the headphone jack as well as the 2 speaker pedals. I really wish we could have gotten a front speaker, maybe just below the home button. A single one would have just been fine, especially with how big this device is, but we have to make do with the fact that they're just down-firing speakers. As a whole, from a build quality and ergonomics perspective, this device just feels excellent. There's a lot of thought that went into making this device, and you can really tell while playing with it. On the audio side, I'm happy to report that everything sounds as it should. There's no real distortion or audio issues. It's basically what you want and expect out of a device like this. So let's just have a quick listen and you can get an idea.
Enemy soldier mark, 250 meters away. Hostile troop movement.
We talked about software before, and so until we have Gamma OS, let's talk about the stock Android experience. I'm happy to actually report that this is the best Android build that Anbernic has done so far. And I'm a little curious why they haven't made this available to the RG405M and their other devices as well. First and foremost, one of the major things they fixed is that the triggers now work in native Android games like Dead Cells, as well as streaming services like xCloud, which is something that didn't work in the stock Android build for the RG405M. Aside from that, the Android build is really well done. They have the built-in touchscreen mapper, which Gamma OS does not have as a built-in option, so there's a bit of a plus to Anbernic's side here. But with the screen's aspect ratio and the resolution and all of that, I wouldn't say that playing Android games on this device is a good experience, but it is an option in case you want. If you want some quick Android tips right off the bat, number 1, install Solid File Explorer for all your file management needs, as well as an actual browser like the Firefox Nightmare, and then use uBlock Origin as an add-on. If you ever install Gamma OS, do the same thing, because the built-in browser for Gamma OS isn't very good, so you want to replace it. If you're going to be using an SD card for this device, I'd suggest formatting it within Android first, and then loading up your ROM after. I find formatting it within Android avoids any compatibility issues, and just makes it easier. For the ROMs on this device, they could be in any folder any which way that you want, except don't throw them in the download. subfolders for each of your platforms. You don't have to copy what I have on screen, but are options for you if you wanted to. So with the software, you also have the fan on the back. And so let's talk about how that fan actually works. There are fan controls, and they start off at auto, cool, strong, and off. The major annoyance that I have with the fan is that there's a bit of a grinding noise if you move it back and forth while the fan is on. Let's just have a listen. And so you can hear when it's present when the fan is on. No matter which way, any kind of movements you do with the device, it's going to set that off. And with the fan being just loud and just not something that's actually rooted on this device, since we're not overclocking, my suggestion is just stick to off and pretend the fan doesn't exist. It'll make your life a lot easier. I've obviously been showing a lot of games running throughout the video already, so I don't plan on doing an overly long showcase here. The T618 chip inside this device is well documented at this point. You can watch any of the RG405M videos that I have with different showcases. You can check out Retroid Pocket Plus videos, and just any other device that has this same chip just to see how it performs. And as well, I'm going to have the compatibility spreadsheet in the description in case you want to read. So let's fly right by the old generation of NES, Super Nintendo, Game Boys, PlayStation 1, and all of those systems are just going to work just fine. There's no issues here for anything under Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast. And so I want to actually focus on those two consoles, because I think those are the core consoles for this system, and everything else is just a bonus. And so for Dreamcast, a system that admittedly I'm not too close to or familiar with as I'd like to be, games run perfectly here. We're using the Redream emulator straight off the Play Store, and if you jump into Sonic Adventure 2, you can see everything runs just fine. As you can see, there's no audio skipping, lag, or anything of that sort. It all runs perfectly. Rez is another game to show off as well, and you're going to see here that it runs perfectly fine.
Assembling sentry! We should move there!
Understood.
Rounding it off, we have Skies of Arcadia Legends, and it's another game that I would actually want to be playing here on this device, and it plays extremely well. All of these games were played with the Redream emulator, and no settings were changed except I did input mapping. So you can just out of the box play these games and not have an issue. Then we get into Nintendo 64, and it's going to be more of the same. Using the M64 Plus FZ emulator right off of the Play Store, and we're going to start off with the late game Ocarina of Time here. And as you can see, this is peak Nintendo 64 for performance and playability. Looking at something like Paper Mario, and again, later into the game, you can see here that we have no issues running it at all. I'm obviously cherry-picking games that people are going to like to play on this device, and more popular Nintendo 64 games.
Ready for action!
But to be fair to all of my other device reviews, let's take a look at how it runs Mario Tennis, which is usually my benchmark game for Nintendo 64. And out of the box, Mario Tennis has a little glitch with the top left, and so you have to just go in and change the emulation profile from what it has as a standard to a different one, and you can see that the box just goes away and we're back to normal. And also Mario Tennis runs perfectly well. So as a whole, Nintendo 64 is likely to run perfectly on this device. Same with Dreamcast. Typically for most of Nintendo 64, you can just get it to work out of the box, but for some of them you might have to go in and just make a change like this. Before we get into bonus consoles, I just want to bring up PlayStation Portable and share how that looks on this device, as well as what might be playable. Using the PPSSPP emulator right off their website with retro achievement support, and we're going to look at Jak and Daxter Lost Frontier. We're extremely late in the game here, and as you can see, it runs great, even with a lot of items on screen. Most of the PSP library will run just great here, And as long as you can handle the aspect ratio and text size, you can have a good time playing PSP on this device. Just to show another game, we have Gran Turismo running here, and everything runs just fine. PSP as a whole deserves a wider screen that can accommodate its 16:9 aspect ratio, but if you really wanted, you can play it on this device and it's not that big. Now let's do a brief showcase of the bonus content, which is everything above Nintendo 64. I don't want to make it a big deal, but these are ones that will require tweaks and your patience, so don't expect to be able to play all of the games from the system. Starting off with Nintendo 3DS here, I'm going to be using the Citra and the game build, and I found the Citra Canary Vulcan build to just not be that great. Moving up our way to rules, and this is going to be true for all of 3DS, but the shader compilation stutters is really the only major concern for playability. Not every game is going to run great, but the ones that do, like Pokemon X for example, just have issues with the compilation stutters. There's also the issue of dealing with dual screens on a one-screen device, and that would be the main reason I wouldn't actually use 3DS on this device. Moving on to GameCube, and this is where we start to use PAL versions of ROMs to get something playable. There's quite a few GameCube games that are playable on this device and with this chip, but it's not something that I do personally. If you wanted, make sure you check out that spreadsheet and you'll get an idea of what actually is playable. But for now, let's take a quick look at a later game, Wind Waker. And so that was Wind Waker just out in the open seas on your boat. Let's take a quick look at Mario Kart Double Dash. And then lastly, let's take another look at Twilight Princess. And just a reminder, this is without the Hyrule Field speed hack, which makes it a little bit better for when you're out in the open world. Hopefully those give you an idea of what's possible with GameCube. Jumping into the Wii, and it's more of the same minus the fact that now you have to deal with mapping controls for the Wiimote. Or you can just play only games that use the classic controller. Looking at Klonoa here, and it runs basically perfect. And it's a good example of a game that you could play here very easily. Mario Kart Wii is a different story, and would need some tweaks to run well, if you want to go down that road.
Yes, time for action.
So as a whole, looking at both GameCube and Wii, I was using the Dolphin Official dev build, and I was using VBI skip in most cases, and some other hacks sometimes, but depending on the game, you're going to want to use that spreadsheet just to see if something's playable. But again, use that spreadsheet with a grain of salt. It's not always correct. And we'll talk about that now with PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 is where things start to become a bit of a toss-up, and you're going to have to deal with that compatibility spreadsheet quite a bit for settings. But you might take one look at it and you're going to see a sea of just great and green. And I can confidently tell you that no, PlayStation 2 is not running great on this device, and don't believe anybody that tells you that. There's a number of games that definitely will. A lot of the JRPGs, for example, like AR Tonalico and Mana Khemia and games like that, even Persona 3 Fez will run just fine and pretty good for this device. But if you're looking for anything outside of that, that's where things get a little bit murky. So just keep an eye on that spreadsheet, try it for yourself, or look up a video on performance, and that should give you an idea of what's possible. And just to carry that thought over onto the Nintendo Switch, it's the last on our showcase. Do you want to play something like Baba Is You, or maybe Celeste, or something along those lines? Then yeah, most likely you can, depending if it actually boots in the emulator. And I'm using Skyline version 69 here. But if you're looking for something more, then no, it's not going to work here. Even something like Sea of Stars, which I've been having a ton of fun with on my Ally, just doesn't even boot here. So just keep that in mind, Nintendo Switch is not a playable platform for this device. Wrapping up this review, and let's talk about who this device is actually for, or who I think it might be for. It's a pretty easy recommendation for anybody that's looking for a more powerful vertical handheld. If vertical is top one priority for you, and power, then this is the device for you and look no further. I'll also say that if you were not happy with the RG353V's stick placement and just the ergonomics and comfort of that device, then definitely this is a better option for you. This is also an awesome nostalgic Pokemon device because you can play up to and including Nintendo 3DS on it, as well as Poké MMO and the Joy-Play versions of Pokemon, which is Pokemon Uranium and Infinite Fusion and all of those. However, if you don't care about vertical at all and that's not a priority for you, then there's better options available. I would look at the Retroid Pocket 2S, which is cheaper and it's a horizontal, but it's a bit better of a device and pocketable. Or there's also the RG405M that we talked about earlier, but it's more expensive, it's metal, and it's a bit different of an option. But overall, aside from the accidental button presses for L1 and R1, this is an easy recommendation for anybody that's on the fence about it. And I wanted to add this section to my reviews because there's a difference between recommending a device for others or one that I think is a really good device compared to do I think I'm going to be using it? And will it be something that's going to be in my personal rotation? For me, the answer is probably a no. I fall into the camp that a larger vertical device isn't really something that I'm personally looking for. I don't really need a larger device. When I get to that point, I pull out something like my Ally or one of my incoming Windows devices like the Ioneo Air Plus or Loki Max, something along those lines. If it stops being pocketable and portable, then I have other options. But if I was in the market for a powerful vertical device, then this would be my choice.
Make sure you
The problem is, when it comes to verticals, I'm pretty happy with the RG35XX and the Miu Mini Plus. Those solve what I'm looking for with a vertical. It's a nice small form factor and I can bring it with me. So yeah, I'll be keeping this device, I'll check in on it from time to time, but it likely won't be something that I'll be continually playing from a day-to-day perspective. That's going to be it for this video. If you stuck around to the end, let me know in the comments. Have you checked this out already? Have you already
Good.
had it?
Sentry ready.
Or is it something that you want to list? I'm really curious to know what your history is and just how you can use devices. Also, let me know if there's anything that's missing from a setup perspective or to help you put up the bug. And I'll take a look at maybe making a video to help you. Please don't forget to help the channel out and hope you all have a good one.
It's actually my first time doing something like this. People have expressed some interest, so I spent the last few months planning it all out. But I don't want to make it seem like it's all just for you. It can potentially become really helpful for me and the channel. Basically, you go there and sign up for some extra stuff related to the channel. And if I did it all right, everybody wins. It's at patreon.com/companyman. There's a link in the description. If you dig these videos, I'd appreciate if you at least check it out. But don't feel too pressured. I just want to hear you talk about it.
We'll hurt them!
just pick up right there. And there's also a restaurant, a play area for children. It's huge. Somewhat of an odd business. They're the largest furniture retailer in the world.
We have taken more sectors than they have. Make sure we don't lose our advantage.
In 2017,
Our forces are struggling to control objectives, sir. They're attacking one of our objectives.
Let's see how they handle it. Target down! Hostile down!
Keep it up.
He's somewhat exaggerated. I mean, to put it into perspective, Walmart is approaching 5,000 U.S. locations. I'm sure we all knew there were more Walmarts than IKEAs, but would you have guessed 85 times more? IKEA is more of a destination than a quick trip. It's one of those places that tends to be an hour away. You have to plan out the trip. Maybe you had an open Saturday, so you and your family could go down to IKEA for 3 or 4 hours. I know that makes
Assembling sentry!
Sector Delta under Allied control.
Make it an experience for the people. It all started in 1943. In the beginning, it didn't even sell furniture. Fish and a few other things. It was always called IKEA. IKEA is
Requesting Ranger drop at these coordinates!
more so than any other acronym I've ever encountered. It's impossible. The first 2 words are the name of the person who started it when he was 17. The third word is the name of his farm, and the fourth is the name of the village he's from, which is also where the company started. I looked it up on Google Maps, and it's definitely a small village, population of a few hundred people. In the 1950s is when the business that we know today started taking shape. They started selling furniture. Soon after, they started making and designing their own furniture, and they moved their business from that small town in Sweden to, well, not as small town in Sweden. In 1965, they opened a second and much larger store outside of Stockholm. It was the largest city in Sweden. A lot of growth and a lot of
Sentry in place!
just some of the highlights. Don't approach me! Fish, very small town in largest furniture store, and still growing. As far as I know, IKEA is one of a kind. If you know any other business that even resembles IKEA, I'd like to hear it. So I've identified 3 things that IKEA does that others don't, all of which contribute to their success. First is the most obvious one, the furniture. It's all decent enough furniture. There doesn't seem to be many complaints about the quality, but what I'm talking about is how it all comes in these flat, brown boxes and requires assembly. There's a lot to be said about the low cost involved in selling furniture like this. For one, no money spent on fancy packaging. It's all plain and brown, as simple as you can get. For 2, lower shipping and storage costs.
Good! Sentry ready!
Hot rod in the garage. He valued it
200 meters. Requesting ranger drop at these coordinates.
Understood.
Protect the vicinity.
Objective locked. We'll need to retake it.
Certain sections first, maybe run it on Nickelodeon, and just look at the layout on the map and tell me this wasn't carefully constructed. It helps them
Battle
because
outcome
it
looks
forces you to
promising.
walk through
We
these
control
different
the majority
sections
of
as you're
sectors.
searching for an exit, but it also
Sector Delta's
just
dodged
makes
the
you
Russians.
forget about the exit. When you're in IKEA, you're lost in the world of IKEA. They made you drive every section so you're now looking at and buying things you never even thought you would. I once went in looking to buy some towels and walked out with $1,400 worth of furniture. Alright, that's not true, but a story like that wouldn't shock me. These first two reasons seem counterintuitive. You wouldn't expect forcing your customers to do more work and having a confusing store layout to be positives, but here we are. The final reason I wanted to highlight is their food. They've become known for it, and it helps them in multiple ways. They first implemented the restaurant section back when it was located in this smallish Swedish town. The reason was because people would travel from long ways to get there, and the food was almost needed after the long journey. But it's since become so much more. First off, people just like their food. A lot of people go there simply just for that, who also have to travel through a maze to get it. I'm sure some of those people end up picking up things that they weren't planning to. I would think if almost any store started selling tasty food, it would be good for business. Also, it helps make it more of a family activity rather than a boring trip to the store. All the fun places have a place to buy food. As I said before, people spend hours there. Over that time span, people tend to get hungry. So instead of leaving the store to get food and going about their day, they never have to leave. There's even a theory saying that cheap food prices trick the customers into thinking everything is cheap. Is $880 a good price for this combination? I have no idea. I know next to nothing about furniture pricing, but I do know that $1 is a good price for some frozen yogurt. When I see that, I think, hey, they must have good prices here. I guess that was a reasonable price for that sofa. By the way, this ad for their $1 cinnamon bun, it says not actual size at the bottom. It's a massive picture, and I'm not exactly sure if that's supposed to be a joke or if this is one of those things that I should send into the Ellen show. But anyway, those were my main reasons. As to why they've been so successful, I do have one bonus additional reason that I've been considering. To go along with it being more of an activity than a store, it has a theme. They heavily promote the fact that they're from Sweden, don't they? Even for the viewers that knew little about them, you probably knew they were from Sweden. When I first walk in, the door is the letters H-E-J and then tells me it means hello in Swedish. They give their furniture Swedish names. Their logo and the buildings are the same color as the Swedish flag. They serve Swedish meatballs. Most companies don't feature their country of origin to this degree. Like, do you know what country Spotify is from? It's Sweden, but you'd never know that. You can dispute this reason. I put it as a bonus because it's not as solid as the first three. Let me know in the comments, is there any merit to that last reason? But also, do you agree with my first three main reasons, or possibly have an idea of your own? Why do you like IKEA? What do you think separates them from all the other furniture stores? They must be number one for a reason, so what's that reason? I'd like to hear what you have to say. Don't forget about that whole Patreon thing, and thank you for watching.
Eggy. Eggy. Today I've got something straight out of Aperture Science, the loud music. These egg-shaped speakers are straight out of Austria, and they just arrived in this really nice packaging. Got a nice big old zipper. Oh, look at that. Make eggs. Look at this thing. It's a giant egg. Oh my God, it's big. Ah, it's a big, heavy thing. Gently set that down here, I guess. Whew. Comes with a European plug. They haven't quite made it over here to North America yet. We got the feet and our little bag of bolts. Now, these have been opened before. We logistics checked them out and we all made sure that they were okay. So yours might appear a bit differently than this, and it just kind of pulls away like this, and that's the whole amplifier unit here. So this is going to be our left speaker, so it just has the one Ethernet port. The two speakers connect to each other with Ethernet. Boy, eggy. Oh, I'm going to drop it. There we go. Heavy. And screws. So here's our other amplifier. There's a little piece that you pull down here, maybe. There we go. There's a little piece we pull right there, and then this amp should just pop out. It's held on with like these little strips of double-sided tape just to keep it from vibrating around, you know. And here's our other amplifier. So we have Toslink Ethernet to connect to the other speaker, and then we have Ethernet in if you want to do that. We also have an HDMI input for ARC or whatever, and then this guy over here is actually little mini XLRs. We've got a few interconnects here that connect into the back of the speaker right there. I want to touch on the amps a bit later and some of the modularity, but let's get the feet on this first and get them standing up. Okay, I found a screwdriver. Unfortunately, due to short circuit budget cuts, I only get a small one. And people have been getting their grubby fingers all over this. That feels nice and sturdy. They come in both white and also apparently a really nice, what they're calling anthracite. This one is also pretty matte, but it's also very white. I can see cleaning this would be a bit of a problem. I appreciate that they're not using piano black. That is the worst material on the planet. Now we've got the legs on. There's a small extra little piece here.
Yes, time for action.
And that just keeps them aligned properly. Eggy. Now I understand why they have fingerprints all over them. They're just like, they're so touchable. I don't know why that is. They just want to be like looked at and played with. I guess everybody likes playing with their eggs. Wonk. So up front here we've got our 3 speakers. In the middle here we've got our tweeter. It's a 1-inch with aluminum ceramic dome little guy. We've got 2 mid drivers outside of it. They're 5 inches. Also ceramic aluminum. On the outside here we have our low driver, which is about an 11.5-inch paper cone type big driver. I'm not entirely sure how we get this cover off, but probably got a speaker in it. I'm sure it makes the same. And that's vented out of these 2 ports in the front. That's kind of cool. She stands about 45 inches high, which is pretty nice, and a very svelte, just 16 inches slim, so these can tuck in, you know, behind a bookshelf or something, and about 25 inches deep. So yeah, egg shape, although maybe if you sat on your egg a bit. I gotta talk about the elephant in the room. They're not egg shaped, they're portal turrets. It's sick. I mean, is it? I can't decide if that's awesome or not. These things should get pretty loud as well. They're claiming a max output of 108 decibels, which is like far and above reasonable listening volume. So we'll see if we can destroy all of your eardrums a bit later. And of course we have this detachable amplifier and connectivity board thing on the back. This thing's capable of outputting about 350 watts, which is pretty good. Again, you kind of got a variety of inputs, but these are more like a Wi-Fi speaker or a Bluetooth speaker, if you want to think about it that way. The problem with that we've seen with other brands, we get a new kind of Wi-Fi every year or 2, or a new HDMI standard. What would you have to do? You'd have to throw these out and buy a whole new set of speakers. What Loud is doing, which nobody else seems to be doing, is these modular backplanes. So you get to keep the speaker, and you send this back to them, and they send you a new one with all the updated specifications. It's like less e-waste. It's pretty great. This whole speaker assembly is also pretty modular. You can just take the speakers out, send them back the case, you got a new case. Or you blow up a speaker. Your kid pulls off the front and stabs their finger in there, or I do that. Oops, you just got a new speaker, right? So there's this kind of air of sustainability and upgradability and modularity. I think that's really awesome. So this is going to be our right speaker. So this is going to be our main amp. So we'll just flip that back in there, and then we push. Yeah, done. Easy. Who got this all scratched up? What the hell? Unfortunately, these are Europe only at the moment, but they will be coming to America eventually. The power supplies in them are automatic switching. And yeah, these are Ethernet connected, which I think is fine. Are they Bluetooth speakers? Are they web speakers? Or are they like audiophile speakers? I'm not entirely sure. I know that they can take pretty much insane lossless kind of files, but you know, we'll have a listen.
Okay, let's get them switched on, and I guess we'll see how they sound. Thanks to Seasonic for sponsoring this video. Seasonic's Focus GX 750-watt gold power supply is a good choice for mid-range systems at a great price. Featuring a fully modular interface paired with hybrid fan control to control overall fan noise and fluid dynamic fan noise. Focus GX achieves an 80+ gold rating with 90% efficiency at 50% system load, backed by a 10-year warranty. Learn more about them at seasonic.com or through the links below. Unfortunately, it has an app. It's not too bad. The problem is that it's probably kind of necessary. Because you're not necessarily always using this as a home theater, you're going to be playing music from your phone, and it's going to, hook into it and play the lossless stuff, right? It finds them automatically over Bluetooth. It looks like Bell has called them the Craig twins. Sure, it comes with this mini DSP microphone. Here we have a look at this, and it's USB-C. So what we're supposed to do, I've got a little cover here. What we're supposed to do is plug this into the phone. An engineer from their team will go through with you and make sure that it's tuned to your room perfectly. They offer a service level approach where they make sure that your room and the speakers are tuned perfectly and also tuned to your liking. All of those settings are kind of stored in the cloud on your Loud account. And if you're noticing there's issues with them, then you can talk to the engineers and make sure that they're retuned or set up correctly for you. They'll also notify you if a new amp or other component is updated. So in our audio settings for this app, we can do our own tunes ourselves, which is kind of neat. We don't have any measurements. There's a whole setup process. It's, you gotta make sure you place them in the right place, and where the microphone goes, it would go where I'm sitting here. And then you can plug it into your phone with this little adapter board thing, and then it'll guide you through and play tones and do all of the measurement, and then you can see if you like it and adjust from there. It's really kind of cool. Is there any way to adjust it without having to do a full tune? Yeah, it looks like we've got audio settings, so we can adjust the bass and the treble. I was not expecting kind of something to be this basic, but I guess you kind of get the more advanced stuff by actually having the reference microphone, and then, as I said, you'll have an engineer from the company be able to set up a tune exactly how you want. Hello, Future Dan here. How you been? I know we said we weren't going to do this test, but we did end up scheduling one anyway. Going through the remote fitting with the team did go well, but I don't think we got the results we were expecting. The team was great, and they did solve every little issue that we had. Unfortunately, I don't think the software is quite ready as it stands right now. Starting the first half of next year, the units are going to go out to the rest of Europe, and I would expect things to be a little bit more together by then. North America is slated for the second half, mid-half of 2024. But I'm still of the mind that this is just another product that's kind of hampered by software. It seems to be a really big trend in current year anyway. The remote fitting is going to be offered for free for about the first 6 months after release. After that, it's going to be about $200, but that does include about 2 or 3 individual sessions. The speakers still perform well even without room correction, but I still feel that some more tuning would make them even better. The sound of each speaker is still subjective though, and that's kind of why having these remote fittings is really nice, because you can get them tuned exactly how you want for your own room and for your own sound profile. Keep in mind though, even after the remote fitting, everything else I say in the video is still applicable. Bye! It almost feels like a bit of a crime with these speakers, but I am required by law to play grab right now. Jesus. Fucking Christ. I mean, they're like perfect. There's nothing more to say. I can hear that there's some issues with the room. There's some reflections that are not happening on this side. And if I turn my head to face this speaker, then I can hear them properly. Because we've got all this stuff here, and then there's not a lot of stuff there. And just that's really interesting. That kind of thing can be kind of tuned, because if I'm losing frequencies from this side, then they can be boosted out of that side of the speaker. The bass is so thumping, it's ridiculous. And that wasn't even max volume. I got a little bit more ways to go, but no distortion anywhere, no rattling, no movement. The cones in the front are like jumping. Wow, very, very impressive. Did you feel that? Yeah, the whole, the
The floor shook. That was max volume, obviously. Incredibly loud. Yeah, they're moving so much air. If you stand in front of them, you can feel it pushing out of here. I didn't know portal turrets could sing like that. Because they're also Bluetooth speakers, I've got Deezer on my phone here. I just wanted to listen to a couple of my reference tracks. Unfortunately, this will have to be muted, so I'm sorry, goodbye. How about Coldplay? You heard of Coldplay, Bell? They're a pretty underground band. Bell, there's this other band that this guy told me about. They're called Radiohead. Have you heard about them? They're pretty underground. Sound impressions. I don't know if I can say anything. There's nothing to attack. These would actually warrant investment into like proper lossless inputs. I think these also are the type of speaker that are moving into that scary word territory, audiophile, where now you can't listen to all of the music because some music sounds bad. I know that there are some people in that community and they'll only listen to like one song on repeat because that's how they use their benchmark to test things, and you kind of just stop listening to music and you become a kind of person that complains about stuff. These are, I think, of that level of quality. I don't often get to listen to speakers that sound like this that I'm actually kind of into. They're self-contained and they're modular and they're not super big and they're not super gaudy and they're not piano black. Yeah, these aren't exactly cheap, but they're kind of in a hi-fi level price bracket. For a pair, they're looking around $6,300 US, which is probably a little bit steep. You can get one, I don't know why you would, but you can get one for $3,500 US. They also offer a kind of trial, as we'll probably get in North America here soon. What they'll do is they'll deliver the speakers, somebody will set them up, they'll go through the whole tuning for you, and they'll let you use them for like 2 weeks to see if you like the sound of them, to see if they fit in your decor, in your house, anything like that. I think that's kind of neat. Their approach has been more of service rather than selling something that they'll make money on for a long time, if you know what I mean. These are kind of designed to be more of an eternal product. The entire system here is made out of recyclable materials. The units themselves can be recycled after the fact. They're focusing on sustainability from the modularity, from the upgradability. You're not going to be throwing these out for a long time. In my opinion, they perform at the price point, which is a difficult thing to do at that price point. They are in the upper echelon of speakers. Considering I've listened to speakers and seen systems that are on the order of like $50,000 to $100,000, they're stacks up to the ceiling and they're just so demanding of a room. You walk into a room and it is the speakers and you also live there. But these are not quite as assuming and they sound damn good and they're very loud, and I think these are kind of in that weird hi-fi space of like, I put these in my house, but I'm not like an aficionado. I just kind of, I like the sound to sound good. They're like art. Everybody who's walked past the set here has been like, oh, what are those? And then they come and put their grubby little hands all over them. Yeah, the amps are quite powerful, 350 watt amps. They run an ARM quad core in them, which is kind of interesting. And the other interesting thing is that they actually list the digital to analog converter on the spec page. I don't think I've seen that before, at least not in a long time. It runs an ESS Saber DAC, and they even give the exact model number. You can look it up and get the exact data sheets and check. Eggy.
Well, I'm on Patreon now. It's actually my first time doing something like this. People have expressed some interest, so I spent the last few months planning it all out. But I don't want to make it seem like it's all just for you. It can potentially become really helpful for me and the channel. Basically, you go there and sign up for some extra stuff related to the channel, and if I did it all right, everybody wins. It's at patreon.com/companyman. There's a link in the description. If you dig these videos, I'd appreciate if you at least check it out, but don't feel too pressured. If you just want to hear me talk about IKEA, that's fine too, because I have a lot to say about IKEA. IKEA is massive. both the company and the stores themselves. It's easily the biggest store I've ever been to. Comparing it to Walmart, and I compare it to Walmart because that's another large retailer we all know, and on average, Walmarts are pretty big. They're around 100,000 square feet. Well, the average IKEA is more like 300,000 square feet. It's usually 2 or 3 floors. The top floors tend to be where they display all the furniture, and the bottom floor is a giant warehouse where all the actual boxes that contain the furniture can be purchased. But then there's also hundreds of other things on sale in those top floors that you can just pick up right there. But then there's also a restaurant and a play area for children. It's huge. It's somewhat of an odd business, but they're doing very well. They're the largest furniture retailer in the world. I pulled up some facts about the company to help you understand how big they actually are. In 2017, they had 2.3 billion visits to their website and 936 million visits to their stores. All of those visits resulted in 36.3 billion euros in sales, which after converting, it's well over 40 billion US dollars. And clearly that number's been moving in the right direction. In 2017, they opened 14 new stores, bringing their total to 403, spread out across the world, but mostly in Europe. If you're from North America, just think about that for a second. I'm guessing you already perceive them as having a large presence there. Well, that's only 14% of their locations, and 19% of their revenue. Narrowing it down to only the US, that's 14% of their revenue. They sell more in Germany than they do in the United States. In fact, I think our perception of their presence in the US may be somewhat exaggerated. I mean, to put it into perspective, Walmart is approaching 5,000 US locations. I'm sure we all knew there were more Walmarts than IKEAs, but would you have guessed 85 times more? IKEA is more of a destination than a quick trip. It's one of those places that tends to be an hour away and you have to plan out your trip. Maybe you have an open Saturday, so you and your family can go down to IKEA for 3 or 4 hours. And I know that may sound strange. We're not talking about Six Flags, we're talking about a furniture store. But they really do make it an experience for their customers. It all started in 1943. In the beginning, they didn't even sell furniture. It was fish and a few other things. But it was always called IKEA. IKEA is an acronym, meaning each letter stands for something, and more so than any other acronym I've ever encountered, it's impossible to guess. It's one of those things you just have to know. And I would tell you what it stands for, but I can't say these words. Instead, I'll just show it to you. The first 2 words are the name of the person who started it. The third word is the name of his farm, and the fourth is the name of the village he's from, which is also where the company started.
This team is away from my position.
Population of a few hundred people. Business that we know today started taking shape. They started selling furniture. Soon after, they started making and designing their own furniture, and they moved their business to that small town in Sweden, which is not that small town in Sweden. In 1965, they opened a second, larger store outside of Stockholm, which is the largest city in Sweden. A lot of growth, a lot of expansion. In the 1980s, they opened a store in Philadelphia, which marked their first location in the United States. Those are just some of the highlights.
Assembling sentry.
A 17-year-old started selling fish in a very small town in Sweden, and today it's the world's largest furniture store. It's still growing. As far as I know, IKEA is one of a kind. If you know any other business that even resembles IKEA, I'd like to hear it. So I've identified 3 things that IKEA does that others don't, all of which contribute to their success. First is the most obvious one, the furniture. It's all decent enough furniture. There doesn't seem to be many complaints about the quality. What I'm talking about is all comes in these flat brown boxes, which IKEA assembles. It's a lot to set up. No money spent on fancy fabric. Brown,
reloading!
For the customer to transfer.
Keep away from me!
It's a large number of the same items. Cheaper to manufacture.
Stampede and blood! Get away! Keep back! Hold on!
It essentially says that if I build a desk myself, that I like, I'll locate a salesman, tell him I want it, and he'll bring me over to the counter so I can buy it. Not at IKEA. If you find a piece of furniture you like at IKEA, here's what you have to do. When you first walk in, there's a paper for you to take. Once you locate a piece that you want, you have to look at the tag and write down all this information. Or you can take a photo of it. You get multiple items. Then you go downstairs to the warehouse section and locate the proper aisle and bin and load the table onto your cart. Then push it to the front and wait in the checkout line. It's often pretty long. If you've never been to an IKEA, I doubt you put that much work into buying a table. But if you've done all that and figured out how to assemble it, you should be pretty happy with that table. The second contributor to their success is the layout of the store. It's terribly confusing. See, even though IKEA is massive, outside of that warehouse section, it doesn't seem that big. You don't have the full awareness of it feels much more like a bunch of little sections joined together. They have all these little area sticks, and if you didn't know any better, you'd say they were actual rooms, but there's dozens of them, and you can't detect any pattern. It's hard to explain. If you were to randomly approach the typical store and ask them to quickly point to the exit, they'd be able to do it. If you tried that with an IKEA customer, you'd never get a correct answer. I'd like to see a game show where they place two contestants in an IKEA and see who can locate certain sections first. Maybe run it on Nickelodeon. And just look at the layout on the map and tell me this wasn't carefully constructed. It helps them, it forces you to walk through the sections. Forget about the exit. When you're in IKEA, you're lost in the world of IKEA. Lead you through every section you're looking at, buying things you never even thought you would. I once went in there looking to buy some towels and walked out with $1,400 worth of furniture. A story like that wouldn't shock me. These first two reasons seem counterintuitive. You wouldn't expect forcing a customer to do more work, having a confusing store layout. Here we are. The first reason I wanted to highlight is the become known for, and it helps them in multiple ways. They first implemented the restaurant section back when it was located in this smallish Swedish town. The reason was because people would travel from long ways to get there, and the food was almost needed after the long journey. But it's since become so much more. First off, people just like their food. A lot of people go there simply just for that, who also have to travel through a maze to get it. I'm sure some of those people end up picking up things that they weren't planning to. I would think if almost any store started selling tasty food, it would be good for business. Also, it helps make it more of a family activity rather than a boring trip to the store. All the fun places have a place to buy food. As I said before, people spend hours there. Over that time span, people tend to get hungry. So instead of leaving the store, they never have to leave. Customers into thinking everything is cheap. Is $880 a good price for this combination? I have no idea. I know next to nothing about furniture pricing. I do know that $1 is a good price for some frozen yogurt. When I see that, I think, hey, they must have good prices here. I guess that was a reasonable price for that sofa. By the way, this ad for their $1 cinnamon bun, it says not actual size at the bottom. It's a massive picture, and I'm not exactly sure if that's supposed to be a joke or if this is one of those things that I should send into the Ellen show. But anyway, those were my main reasons as to why they've been so successful. I do have one bonus additional reason that I've been considering. To go along with the theme of it has a theme. They heavily promote the fact that they're from Sweden, don't they? Even for the viewers that knew little about them, you probably knew they were from Sweden. When I first walk in, the door is the letters H-E-J, and then tells me it means hello in Swedish. They give their furniture Swedish names. Their logo and the buildings are the same color as the Swedish flag. They serve Swedish meatballs. Most companies don't feature their country of origin to this degree. Like, do you know what country Spotify is from? It's Sweden, but you'd never know that. You can dispute this reason. I put it as a bonus because it's not as solid as the first three. Let me know in the comments. Is there any merit to that last reason, but Also, do you agree with my first 3 main reasons, or possibly have an idea of your own? Why do you like IKEA? What do you think separates them from all the other furniture stores? They must be number 1 for a reason, so what's that reason? I'd like to hear what you have to say. Don't forget about that whole Patreon thing, and thank you for watching.
Eggy. Eggy. Today I've got something straight out of Aperture Science, the Loud Museg. These egg-shaped speakers are straight out of Austria, and they just arrived in this really nice packaging. Got a nice big old zipper. Oh, look at that. My eggs. Look at this thing. It's a giant egg. Oh my god, it's big. Wow. It's a big heavy thing. Gently set that down here, I guess. So yours might appear a bit differently than this. It just kind of pulls away. This, and that's the whole amplifier unit here. So this is going to be our left speaker. So it just has the one Ethernet port. The 2 speakers connect to each other with Ethernet. Boy, eggy. Oh, I'm going to drop it. There we go. Heavy. And screws. So here's our other amplifier. There's a little piece that you pull down here. There we go. Right there.
Ready for action!
We have Toslink. And then this guy over here is actually a little mini XLR. There's a few interconnects here that I want to touch on the amp a bit later and some of the modularity, but let's get the feed on this first and get it standing up. I found this screwdriver, unfortunately, due to short circuit budget cuts, I have to get swung. And people have been getting their grubby fingers all over this. That feels nice and sturdy. They come in both white and also
Sentry in place!
But very white.
Doing good, sir.
Together at the back and aligned properly. Egg. I understand why they have fingerprints all over them. They're just like, they're so touchable. I don't know why that is. They just want to be like this. Guess I should like back front here we have 3 speakers. We've got 2 more drivers outside 5 inches. Also, on the outside here we have our low drivers. As well. They're claiming a max output of 108 decibels, which is far and above reasonable listening volume. So we'll see if we can destroy all our eardrums a bit later. And of course we have this detachable amplifier and connectivity board thing on the back. This thing's capable of outputting about 350 watts, which is pretty good. Again, you kind of got a variety of inputs, but these are more like a Wi-Fi speaker or a Bluetooth speaker, if you want to think about it that way. The problem with that is that we've seen with other brands, we get a new kind of Wi-Fi every year or two. New HDMI throw these out and buy a new set of speakers. This whole speaker assembly is also pretty modular. You can just take the speakers out, send them back to case, or you lower the speaker. The kit pulls off the front Who got this all scratched up? What the hell? Unfortunately, these are the only There's no hunter! Thanks to Seasonic for sponsoring this video. Seasonic's Focus GX 750 watt gold power supply is a good choice for It's not too bad. The problem is that it's probably kind of necessary because you're not necessarily always using this as a home theater. You're going to be playing music from your phone, and it's going to, you know, hook into it and play the lossless stuff, right? It finds them automatically over Bluetooth. It looks like Dell is called So what we're supposed to do is plug this into the phone. An engineer from their team will go through with you and make sure that it's tuned to your room perfectly. They offer a service level approach where they make sure that your room and the speakers are tuned perfectly and also tuned to your liking. All of those settings are kind of stored in the cloud on your Loud account. And if you're noticing there's issues with them, then you can talk to the engineers and make sure that they're retuned or set correctly for you. They'll also notify you in our audio settings we can do our own set place, and the system goes here, and you can plug it into your phone with this little adapter board thing, and then it'll guide you through and play tones and do all of the measurement. And you can see if you like it and adjust from there. It's really kind of cool. Is there any way to adjust it without having to do a full tune? Yeah, it looks like we've got audio set, so we can adjust the bass and the treble. I was not expecting kind of something to be this basic, but I guess you kind of get the more advanced stuff by actually having the reference microphone, and then, as I said, you'll have an engineer from the company be able to set up a tune exactly how you want. Hello, Future Dan here. How you been? I know we said we weren't going to do this test, but we did end up scheduling. Going through the remote thing, the team did go well, but I don't think we got the results we were expecting. The team was great, and they did solve every little issue that we had. Unfortunately, I don't think the software is quite ready as it stands right now. Starting the first half of next year, the units are going to go out to the rest of Europe, and I would expect things to be a little bit more together by then. North America is slated for the second half, mid-half of 2024, but I'm still of the mind that this is just another product. Let's see how they handle this. Be a really big trend and coming together anyway. The remote thing has been free for the first 6 months after release. So that is $200, but that does include about 2 or 3 individual sessions. The speakers still perform well even without room correction, but I still feel that some more tuning will make them even better. The sound of each speaker is still subjective though, and that's kind of why having these remote fittings is really nice, because you can get them tuned exactly how you want for your own room and for your own sound profile. Keep in mind though, even after the remote fitting, everything else I say in the video is still applicable. It almost feels like a surprise that the speakers are a lot to play crab race. Jesus.
Our forces have taken all of
I mean, they're like perfect. There's nothing more to say. I can hear that there's some issues with the room. There's some reflections that are not happening on this side, and if I turn my head to face this speaker, then I can hear them properly. Because we've got all this stuff here, and then there's not a lot of stuff there, and just that's really interesting. That kind of thing can be kind of tuned, because if I'm losing frequencies from this side, then they can be boosted out of that side of the speaker. The bass is so thumping, it's ridiculous. And even, that wasn't even max volume. I got a little bit more ways to go, but no distortion anywhere, no rattling, no movement. The cones in the front are like jumping. Wow, very, very impressive. Did you feel that? Yeah, the whole
Dangerous
the
location!
that was they're moving so much air. If you stand in front of them, you can feel it pushing out of you. Sing like that. Because they're also Bluetooth speakers, I've got Deezer on my phone here. I just wanted to listen to a couple of my reference tracks. Unfortunately, this will have to be muted, so I'm sorry, goodbye. How about Coldplay? You heard of Coldplay, Bell? They're a pretty underground band. Bell, there's this other band that this guy told me about. They're called Radiohead. Have you heard about them? They're pretty underground. Sound impressions. I don't know if I could say anything. There's nothing to attack. These would actually warrant investment into like proper lossless inputs. I think these also are the type of speaker that are moving into that scary world of audio file, where now you can't listen to all of the music because some music sounds bad. I know that there are some people in that community and they'll only listen to like one song on repeat because that's how they use their benchmark to test things, and you kind of just stop listening to music and you become a kind of person who likes that stuff. These are, I think, of that level. I don't often get to listen to speakers that sound like this that I'm actually kind of into. They're not super famous, and they're not super gaudy, and they're not piano black. Yeah, these are exactly cheap, but they're kind of in that high level price bracket. For a pair, they're looking around $6,300 US, which is probably a little bit steep. You can get one, why you would.
Security of sectors under enemy control.
They also offer a kind of trial. I will probably get in North America here soon. What they'll do is they'll deliver the speakers. Somebody will set them up. They'll go through the whole tuning for you. And like that. I think that's kind of neat. Their approach has been more of service rather than selling something that they'll make money on for a long time, if you know what I mean. These are kind of designed to be more of an internal product. The entire system here is made out of recyclable material. Units themselves can be recycled out. They're focusing on sustainability from modularity, from the uploadability. You're not going to be throwing these out for a long time. In my opinion, they perform at the price point, which is a difficult thing to do at that price. They are in that level. Considering I've listened to speakers like $50,000 to $100,000, they're stacked up to the ceiling. They're just so demanding. You walk into a room, but these are not quite as assuming, and they sound damn good, and they're very loud. And I think these are kind of in that weird hi-fi space of but I'm not like I like the sound to sound good. They're like art. Everybody's walking up and saying, what are those? They're grubby little hands. Yeah, the amps are quite powerful. Hey, you know about amps. Quad-core. And the other interesting thing is that they actually list the digital to analog converter on the spec page. I don't think I've seen that. It runs an ESS saver back.
Ready for action!
That's just one daughter port. What do I think? Don't exactly know. Speakers are kind of a hard thing to recommend, especially when they have looks like this. I think there are a lot of places that are exclusive gigantic speakers, but they're also more of a statement. I think the price is right, the performance, the loud is good. Probably why they honestly, that's pretty good. they stick out. They will be at that kind of price point. It's really kind of cute. When they start moving into North America, you'll probably be able to try them if you're in the market for them. And if you're in Europe, then I think these are some guys to watch. They're really neat. Eggy. Eggy. Oh, look at that. The eggs. Keep away from me! Okay.
Hey everybody, this is Russ from Retro Game Core. Today we're going to review the metal version of the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. Now this one just came out last week, but as you can see it has this nice like blue and green metal gradient to it. And so in this video here what I'm going to do is show you the differences between this metal version which just came out and then the plastic one that's been out for about 6 months at this point. And you can see there are 4 major things to cover in this video here. Number one, we want to see how it feels in the hand, so you know the texture of the metal and that kind of thing, how it compares against the plastic version. Second, I want to see whether or not it gets hot when we actually put it under pressure. So we're going to play some high-end emulation, things like PlayStation 2, GameCube, Nintendo Switch, just to see how well it performs when we really put that system. Number 3 is going to be Wi-Fi calls, so it's going to be so if you want to play this and finally, one down! So in it,
I'm reloading!
Let's talk a little bit about the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus model here. Number one, you can find it on their store, which is GoRetroid.com. And as you can see here, the price is about $180 with no shipping or any applicable tax. Now, in addition to the obvious metal shell that comes with this device, it also has one other option that is all effective. This means you won't have any dead zones with your joysticks, and then also a 4 stick grip over time. Now, on their page, it does give a listing of all the different specs. I've gone over this in detail with my other Retroid Pocket 3 Plus review, but I just want to make note here, it has the same processor and screen and RAM and internal storage. All those things are exactly the same as it was with the 3 Plus. And if you've watched my previous reviews, you know this is a pretty decent chipset here. And I will do some performance testing here in the video just so you can get an idea of what to expect if you do pick one of these up. Now also on the website you have other handhelds available, including the original plastic version. This one has 8 different colors to it, and I think all of them are actually pretty good. And the plastic versions will be $30 cheaper than the metal edition. Now in between these two releases there was another one, which is the Retroid Pocket Flip, which came out about a month or 2 ago. This one costs between $160 and $165 depending on which color you get. And I've done a review of this one as well, and it's almost identical to the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus when it comes to screen and processor. Really, the major differences here are going to be the form factor and the controls. Now, if you already have a Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, you can actually upgrade it with the metal shell yourself, and it's going to cost you $65, but you can buy it here on the website. The nice thing about this upgrade is that it has the screen already pre-installed, so you don't have to swap that out, which is usually the hardest thing when doing a shell swap. But bear in mind, this won't come with the Hall Effect sticks, so you'll have to buy those on your own, which you can also find on this website. So now that we know what we're working with, let's go ahead and jump into the unboxing. And as a quick disclaimer here, this is a review unit sent over by Retroid. As usual, all opinions are my own, no money was exchanged in any way, and they are not seeing this review ahead of time. Inside the box, we have a tempered glass screen protector, as well as a USB-C cable, and basically that's about it. Let's go ahead and jump into the actual device itself, and first impressions right here is it's not as heavy as I was expecting it to be. In fact, just by holding it in my hands right here, it feels very similar to what I would expect for the plastic version. So if you are worried about weight, I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but of course we'll check that out later. The only other big difference I see here is that we have this plastic strip on the top, which is where the Wi-Fi antenna is. And this makes sense because Wi-Fi can't really travel through metal, and so this really is going to help when it comes to your signal. Other than that, everything looks identical, it just has a different feel to it because of that metal shell. It's a little bit cool to the touch, and I also feel like it's very sturdy. Now the plastic version was pretty sturdy on its own, but this one seems to be a cut above. Now generally, I prefer plastic devices over metal. They're more lightweight, and often the controls just feel a little bit better. However, I will say that with the D-pad on this device in particular, it actually feels very good with a metal shell. The D-pad here has a soft click touch to it, reminiscent of something like the PS Vita. And I don't know what it is, but the combination of this soft click and with the metal shell underneath does feel very satisfying. Below that, we have one of our two analog sticks, and like I mentioned before, these are magnetic Hall sensors. In terms of size, they're basically the same as on a Nintendo Switch, although the caps are a little bit smaller. And overall, I would say these feel just about the same as the non-Hall sensor sticks, so no big change here. On the right side, the face buttons have a rubber membrane connection. That means they're going to be a little bit mushy and feel like a classic console. And this was something they changed from the original Retroid Pocket 3, which had a soft dome click like the D-pad. Now these buttons aren't bad, they actually have a nice springiness to them and feel very accurate. They also don't really wobble in the case, which is always nice. However, I do prefer the original dome switch connections that we had on the original Retroid Pocket 3. In fact, I installed these on my Retroid Pocket 3 Plus just because I like them so much. So in a perfect world, I would prefer to have the dome switches so that they would match the D-pad, but all the same, I think these are fine. And overall, when it comes to just the feel of the face right here between the D-pad and the analog sticks and the face buttons, yeah, everything feels great right here, just a little bit sturdier and more premium feeling because of that metal shell. Let's do a quick look at the rest of the device. So here on the left, we have our volume up and down, and then on the right, we have our Android home button. Up top, we have our power button on the far left, as well as the micro HDMI output. And then again on the center, we have that plastic space for the Wi-Fi antenna. Next, we have our select and start buttons. Yes, it's very weird that they're up here on the top. And then finally, we have our shoulder and trigger buttons. These feel great, although I wish that the triggers were analog. And then to round it all off, on the bottom, we have a micro SD card slot, a USB port for charging, and then our headphone jack. Okay, so that's a quick run through of the device. Now let's talk about the fit and the finish of this metal shell. To start, I really like this gradient here. I know I've heard people saying that they wish they had other color options, but honestly, I like the fact that they just chose one and really went for it. I like the fact that they used lighter colors. It just brings a nice balance to everything. And the finish that they have on this paint here just reflects really nicely against natural light. And so depending on your preferences, I think this does look pretty sleek. Now this isn't the first gradient handheld I've seen. In fact, the first one was the Ambernic RG280M. And this one came out almost 3 years ago at this point. And while I love the color scheme of this one, I also didn't like the fact that the blending of the paint colors just wasn't done very well. And so I always thought this one felt a little bit amateurish just in overall design. By contrast, I think the gradient blend right here with the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus is just really subtle and nice. Now in terms of texture, I would say that the metal here is quite slick. It doesn't really grip into your hands. In fact, the plastic models, the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, especially the transparent one, has a much nicer and grippier texture. Now on one hand, I like the fact that it's smooth, because it's got that nice premium feel to it because of it. But all the same, there's a little bit of a worry in the back of my mind when I pick this up that I might actually have it slip out of my hand. But honestly, after about a week of testing with this device here, it hasn't been an issue at all. I've never felt like it was actually going to slip. And a lot of that has to come with the fact that the majority of the weight is actually going to be within the palm of your hand. And so that in combination with your index fingers on the shoulders and triggers are really going to hold it into place. Now, if you do want a firmer handle on the device, you can buy a grip from the Retroid website. These are $15 and I did a review of these as well. These do have a nice soft powder feel to them, but also it kind of covers up the whole metal thing anyway. And so for me, it doesn't really make sense to buy something that's metal and cover up with plastic. Either way, if you want to improve the ergonomics of your device, this is not a bad deal. Now let's go ahead and check out the insides. As you can see right here on the top, this layout is exactly the same as the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. And I did notice here with the back of the case, you can see that it's painted on both sides. And since we have paint on this side here and no one else is going to see it, I have the opportunity to do something really stupid. And I'm going to grab my screwdriver here and just see how easily scratchable the paint is. And I gotta say, this was easier to scratch than I thought. It only took a little bit of pressure to actually scratch off the paint. You can see it rubbing off onto my fingers right here. So what this means to me is that even though the case is metal, you will want to handle it with care so you don't scratch. As an example, this is a device I consider to be tall. It's about the size of a modern cell phone. And so because of that, I think you probably would be tempted to put it in your pocket, walk around town, things like that. And really my only warning here would be to not put it in the same pocket as something metal like your keys. And also I would recommend installing the screen protector that comes with the device. Either way, yes, the metal version of the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus is definitely pocketable, but you still want to handle it with care. Okay, next up we're going to do some testing to see how it will perform in terms of just overall heat when under a load. To start, I want to mention that there has been a recent update to the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, and after you've done the update, if you swipe down to the top, you will see there is now 3 options when it comes to what they're called performance modes. Now the performance mode is the stock operating mode that first came with the Retro Pocket 3 Plus, and the Extreme one is a recent update that came out about a month ago. I should tell you about that as well. And finally, there's a balance mode if you want to save battery life when you're playing something like weight. Either way, for my heat testing here, we're going to put it on extreme mode just to try to tax it as much as possible. So to start, we're going to do the wildlife stress test from 3D Mark. This is a 20-minute test that's basically going to push the device to its limit. Now as we zoom in, you can see the CPU, GPU, and battery temperatures all in a row. And surprisingly, the metal version actually stays a lot cooler than the plastic one. We're seeing about a 15-degree difference in the CPU and GPU temperatures, and the battery is about 5 degrees cooler as well. And so my guess here is that because we're using a metal shell, some of that heat is being dissipated into the shell itself. And if you're curious, here is the end result scores right here, and as you can see, they're basically identical. Same thing with the battery life, we lost about 6% altogether with both of these devices in extreme mode. So in terms of performance, it looks to be exactly the same, at least when it comes to benchmarks. Now, in addition, I did spend a couple hours straight playing like GameCube, PS2, 3DS, and Nintendo Switch. These are the emulation systems that are really going to tax the hardware because it can't play all of these at full speed. And I found that yes, the device does get warm over time, but I wouldn't say it's unpleasantly so. In fact, I would consider it to be something that's just at the cusp of being noticeable. It's one of those things where you're like, hey, this is starting to heat up. But I found that after you first notice it, it doesn't really get any warmer than that. And so I would say it's perfectly acceptable in terms of the heat on your hands. And honestly, the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus also got a little bit toasty in the hands as well, and it seems to be very similar to that experience. Either way, long story short, I would say that I'm personally not worried about the heat that's coming from this device, although it will be noticeable. Okay, another thing I was worried about is the Wi-Fi strength, just because of the fact that we're using a metal shell. And so I did a speed test here using the exact same server, and as you can see, the scores are basically identical between these two as well. And so I think here, in terms of just the Wi-Fi strength, there's nothing really to worry about. Just to be thorough, I also tested another metal device. This is the Anbernic RG405M, and I'm not sure if they're using the exact same chip, but you can see that the scores here are pretty similar. The download speeds are a little bit lower on the RG405M, but I would still say this is pretty good. Additionally, I wanted to do a practical test, so let's do some Xbox cloud streaming next. And there's a couple things going on here. Number one, when it comes to streaming, I found it to be just fine and normal compared to what it is with the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. The other part is that my experience when cloud streaming on these devices is not the best, and that's because I live on Hawaii, and so the lag can be pretty bad. So as you watch this footage, you might see that I'm detecting a little bit of lag here. It does feel just a little bit slow, but all the same, this is a very normal experience for me and the location I live in. So again, I think when it comes to Wi-Fi, I don't have any worries here about this metal shell in particular. Okay, before we get into comparing to other devices, I do want to talk about just the general use and performance when it comes to the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. And so let me quickly walk you through that experience and what you can expect if you do have one of these devices. Number one, this is an Android-based handheld and it will not come with any games pre-installed. So you will have to set this up like you would any other Android phone or tablet. Personally, I use a front-end launcher that you're seeing here called Daigisho. This allows me to navigate through my various retro systems, but then I also have easy access to all of my other Android apps that I have installed, and there's some robust settings within here as well, not only our Android settings, but also those within Daigisho. So this is my recommended way of setting it up. I actually have an Android guide linked in the video description below, which will walk you through this whole process. Either way, I'm just going to assume that you have already set up your device, so I'm going to walk you quickly through the experience of playing some of these games. To start, when it comes to these lightweight systems, you know, handheld systems, 8-bit systems, 16-bit systems, all of these are going to play just fine. For the majority of these retro systems, I recommend using an app called RetroArch. This is going to allow you to basically jump into any of these games and have standardized hotkeys and settings among all of them. And so when it comes to retro systems, all the way up to like the 16-bit and 32-bit era, including arcade games through the mid-90s, you'll be able to play them on this device. Moving on from there to what I call the 3D era, this is going to include things like PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64, and Dreamcast. Yeah, all these play really well too. In fact, because these screens have a resolution of 750p, that means you can upscale them to either 720p or even 1080p for many systems, and you're going to get a nice upscaled rendering quality. It's going to look like remastered versions of your favorite classics. Another system that does really well is PlayStation Portable. Because this one is 16:9, it's going to fill up the entire screen, which looks really good on these Retroid devices. Now there are some systems that won't play at full speed. One example is going to be Sega Saturn. Most of these games will play just fine, but you will find some here and there that will not play fully. So I don't want to say that everything's completely playable on the Saturn, but most will be. From there, performance is going to get a little bit worse. So for example, with GameCube and PS2, I would expect to play about 50% of games, but you can get better performance if you're willing to tweak the settings. And it's going to be similar to Nintendo 3DS, although performance will be a little bit worse. I would expect maybe 25% performance altogether. And when it comes to Nintendo Switch, only very few games are going to play, mostly 2D and lightweight indie titles. Either way, that's what you can expect when it comes to performance on the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. Now I want to do a couple comparisons against other options. To start, let's talk about the weight, because I think this might be a determining factor among all of these. Number one, the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus metal version is going to come in at 287 grams. That makes it about 40-45 grams heavier than the plastic version. For another comparison, you can see it's about 15 grams heavier than the Retroid Pocket Flip. This one here is quite a dense little handheld just because of the amount of plastic that it has. Additionally, you can see it's about 20 grams heavier than the Anbernic RG405M. This one is also metal, but quite a bit smaller. In the end, I would say that all these weights are very similar when you're actually holding them in the hand. In fact, if you don't have a scale on you and you're trying to determine which one's heavier than the other, it's kind of hard. But I will say that each of these handhelds are quite a bit lighter than the next step up, which is going to be the AYN Odin. This one here is about 100 grams heavier than these other options, and you can definitely tell that difference. Now I think when it comes to comparing against the plastic Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, it's not a very interesting conversation. After all, the only main difference here is just going to be the type of shell that you want to use. So when it comes down to it, if you want to save some money and you prefer a plastic feel, then this one's going to be a no-brainer. And vice versa if you prefer a metal handheld. Now when it comes to the Retroid Pocket Flip, it's a little bit weirder. After all, this is a completely different form factor. At that point, metal versus plastic doesn't really matter. It's going to be about clamshell versus candy bar. So again, I don't think it's really compelling to compare these at all. Instead, I think the most interesting comparison is going to be the Anbernic RG405M. After all, these have the same chipset, but with a different screen and size. The Anbernic has a 4-inch display with an aspect ratio of 4:3 and a resolution of 480p. This means it's going to be very well suited for 4:3 systems, you know, the kind that played on the original CRT televisions. Meanwhile, the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus has a 4.7-inch display, but with a 16:9 aspect ratio and a 750p resolution. Now in terms of price difference, the RG405M is about $10 cheaper than the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus metal version. But also bear in mind you will be charged for shipping with the Anbernic device too, so it's still going to be a little bit more than this. Now the RG405M comes in two different colors. There's a gray and a black, and the gray one has a bit of a green tint to it that I really like. And when you actually have it in your hands, the green tint is much more subtle than it shows in the pictures. Also in terms of just the overall feel of the metal, it's very similar to the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus in that it is a little bit smooth and slick. And one thing I really like about the Anbernic device is that it uses glossy buttons. These feel really good to the touch. Now, as I explained in my RG405M review video, this one feels really nice and compact and super small. In fact, when comparing it to the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, you can see that it's a little bit thicker, but overall it just feels thinner because it doesn't have stacked shoulder buttons. So in terms of pocketability, I actually prefer the Anbernic one over the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. And like I mentioned before, because it is a 4:3 aspect ratio screen, it's going to be perfectly suited for a lot of retro content. So if you're primarily going to be focusing on 4:3 content, basically all the way up through like PlayStation, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, and even GameCube and PS2, then yes, I think this might be a great fit. In fact, when comparing apples to apples here, 4:3 content isn't quite as good on the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. And that's because the screen itself is a little bit small when you actually are playing 4:3 content. So even though the screen is 4.7 inches altogether, when you're playing at this aspect ratio, the screen dimensions are going to be 3.8 inches diagonally. So this is actually a little bit smaller than it is on the RG405M, even though this is a bigger device. However, there are some advantages to playing with a 16:9 screen, especially if you're playing anything but 4:3 content. For example, Game Boy Advance runs at a 3:2 aspect ratio and looks glorious on the screen, and many of the 3D-based systems, like Dreamcast, actually have widescreen hacks that you can use. In addition, because the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus screen is a 750p resolution, that means we can upscale some of these games. So not only can you upscale your favorite Sega Dreamcast game, but you can also make them widescreen, which is pretty awesome. And other systems like PlayStation Portable are going to run natively at 16:9, and these are going to look great. And same thing with Nintendo DS as well as 3DS. You'll be able to put two screens side by side and be able to see more things at once. And then of course Nintendo Switch games, which are also 16:9, are going to look better here as well. And finally, when it comes to Android gaming, most of these are designed with a wider screen in mind, and so a Retroid Pocket 3 Plus is going to be a better fit when it comes to Android gaming overall. Okay, so those were the major topics that I wanted to cover in my Retroid Pocket 3 Plus Metal Edition review. So now let's get to the heart of the matter and talk about what I like and what I don't like about this device. To start, I think that this metal shell is very sturdy, and so if you want something that feels really premium and solid, this is going to really fit that bill. Additionally, I like the color gradient that we have here. In fact, the green and blue look very good, but when you put them together, they look even better. I also think that the Retroid team did a very good job when it comes to heat management as well as Wi-Fi performance, despite the fact that we have a metal shell. The device does get a little bit warm, but the internals actually are staying cooler, and the Wi-Fi performance is just as good as it is on the plastic models. I also found the device is not too heavy. In fact, it just in general feels about the same as the plastic version. And in addition, this one has all the things I like about the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. In fact, it's still one of my favorite devices under $200. Now, of course, this thing is not perfect, so let's talk about some of the things I don't like about this metal edition. Number one, I'm not a huge fan of the rubber membrane buttons. I think they're perfectly functional, but all the same, I wish they had used the dome switch buttons they had used on the original Retroid Pocket 3. And this is the same complaint I had with the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus because they moved over to membrane buttons with that one. Either way, I would say this is more of a nitpick than anything because they feel just fine. I just would prefer to have the dome switches. Additionally, because we have the exact same case design as the plastic version, that means it's going to carry over those same design flaws from the other. The number one example here is the fact that the start and select buttons are on the top. This is still very weird to me 6 months later. And finally, the other thing that gives me a little bit of a pause about the metal edition here is that it feels like the Retroid Pocket 4 should be coming out at some point. If you've been following this scene for a while, you know that the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus came out very quickly after the original Retroid Pocket 3. And ever since then, there have been a lot of buyers who have been hesitant about a Retroid Pocket device. After all, who knows when the next one's coming out, but it has been 6 months from the 3 Plus release. And the idea of spending $180 plus tax and shipping on a device right now, knowing that a Retroid Pocket 4 is probably going to be coming out at some point, it does feel like a little bit of a risk, especially if you want to get the very latest and greatest from Retroid. However, in the end, that really doesn't take away from the fact that the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus Metal Edition is a very solid entry in the Retroid catalog. So the way I see it, if you want a Retroid device, and you like this form factor, and you also want something that's in metal, this one here is going to be a no-brainer. Additionally, if you have the plastic version of the Retroid Pocket 3 Plus, doing the $65 upgrade might be worth it for you as well. The big question for me is that now that I have both the metal and plastic version, which one am I actually going to play the most? And honestly, even before the metal version arrived, I already knew the conclusion to that, because I prefer plastic devices, so there's going to be a lot of things that have to go right for me to go away from the plastic one into a metal device. And truth be told, this one almost got me to switch over. A lot of that has to do with the color grading. I think it looks really sharp. But at the end of the day, I do prefer plastic devices, including those that are transparent. And so because of that, yeah, I'm probably going to stick with my original Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. But all the same, even though I do prefer the plastic version, I think the metal one here is pretty great. So let me know what you think in the comments below. Do you already have a Retroid Pocket device, and is this metal version the one for you? Or do you think it's a better idea to just wait and see what Retroid comes up with next? As always, thank you for watching, and be sure to like and subscribe if you found this helpful, and we will see you next time. Happy gaming.
Floyd to check here. A foreign signal has revealed one of our secret logistics routes in the region. The source is unknown, but that does not matter. What matters is the Americans taking advantage of our exposure. We need you to secure this facility and ensure our supply of heavy armor as we push into the east. Cut the Americans off at the pass. You will be well rewarded.
Hostile contacts engaged. Enemy kilo! It's far!
The plan is sound. Carry it out.
Hostile kilo!
We have captured an objective. See how they handle this.
The battle goes well. We've conquered more sectors than our enemy.
Danger there! Nearby!
Hostiles force us off Charlie 2.
Take this, shithead! Ranger at my mark!
What's our situation? Our forces are outperforming expectations.
Good to go! Enemy low on my marker. About 70 meters from my position. Tracking helo! Southwest!
We've taken heavy casualties. We're at half strength. Bravo sector secure.
The enemy holds the majority of sectors.
Move to my marker!
We now control Alpha sector.
No medics! Do not assist! Do not come to me! Опасность поблизости! Не пытайтесь помочь!
Bravo sector has been conquered by the enemy.
The enemy is conquering sectors at a rapid pace. They now hold more ground.
Sentry in place! Get to the far marker!
Charlie 1 was just secured by us.
Requesting ranger drop at these coordinates!
Acknowledged.
Spotted a hostile fire team! 130 meters! Enemy vehicle there!
They've secured all of Alpha sector.
Assault on Bravo has begun by all forces. They hold more sectors than us. We must alter our strategy.
Meters from your position!
Look out! 130 meters! Go!
The battle goes well. We've got the more.
Bravo sector is out.
Hey, that's going! Count sighted! 6 away from my position! attack that objective!
Our troops have secured an objective.
We now control target sector.
I need the light!
Marking a hostile! 200 meters! I see one of the troops! Multiple enemies on my mark! Around 60 meters from my position! Marking hostile! Threat marked! Around 90 meters from my position!
Hey everybody, this is Mr. Today I'm going to be making a video. We're going to be talking about the Power. Now, I kind of have a love-hate relationship with this company. They often will make devices that have some pretty unique ideas with some of their features. Every once in a while, they seem to get it right. For example, the Power X55 device I reviewed.
Objectives down!
And honestly, as soon as they released the X55, I was good with Power for the rest of the year. I figured once a year, they did it all right. I didn't expect them to release another great device, but here we are. They're not on here. They are instead, what makes the argument very unique is its screen. Which you would think is very well. It's not This is a 720p display. This means that when it comes to scale, like that, it's actually going to work out really well. And that's what we're going to dive into with this video here. Every time I post a picture of this device on social media, I've found that people will have a lot of opinions. They'll often say that it's going to be great for these systems and terrible for these other ones. And it's funny because many times those are incorrect statements. And so that's what I want to clarify in this video here, is specifically what systems are going to work best on this device. And I'll actually break this video up by system so you can see specifically whether or not it's going to be great for Super Nintendo or whether or not it's going to work with Game Boy Advance. We'll tackle all that in this video here. After spending a week or so testing this device and its screen, I came away really impressed. In fact, I'm not ready to say that it's the best device under $100 because it is kind of niche, but all the same, it is really up there as a contender at that price point. In fact, it's actually replaced certain devices that you use things like
Let's see it! Helo spotted! About 50 meters from my position! Marking enemy helo!
Multiple tangos identified!
American forces are retreating. Mission successful.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started with the specs. First off, we have the CPU. This is a Rockchip 3566. This quad-core chip we've seen in a lot of other devices, including several from Powkiddy and the Ambernic RG353 line. And it doesn't have any internal storage, but it has two microSD card slots. One will be for the firmware, and the other will be for the games. Now, the star of the show here is definitely the display. It is 4 inches in size and a 1:1 square aspect ratio with a resolution of 720 by 720. And like I mentioned in the intro, this is going to work great for retro game emulation. The battery here is a little over 4,000 milliamp hours, and I got an average of about 6 hours of gameplay depending on the type of games I was playing. And it's relatively lightweight as well, just over 200 grams. We have all the standard connectivity options here, so a mini HDMI port, 5 GHz Wi-Fi, as well as Bluetooth. This has a Linux-based operating system, and it comes loaded up with the Jealous custom firmware as well. Finally, it has 2 USB ports as well as a 3.5mm headphone jack. The starting price for the RGB30 is very reasonable. It's $90 with free shipping. And at that price point, it's going to come with the firmware card, but no extra preloaded games. If you like, when checking out, you can buy something that has a preloaded card, but it will increase the price. And there are 3 different colors to choose from. There is a white color, which I'll be reviewing here, and also a black one, as well as a dark blue. Now the 2 ways that you can buy this device are directly from Powkiddy on their website, and I'll leave a code down below for 5% off your purchase if you'd like. However, if you'd rather go through AliExpress, you can also do that. The prices are going to be the same, and they have an official store there. I'll leave both of these linked down below. To start, let's do the unboxing. Now, full disclosure here, Powkiddy did send this out to review. But of course, all opinions are my own, I'm not getting paid in any way, and they're not going to be seeing this at a time. Inside the box, it's very bare bones. We have basically a very quick start guide as well as a USB-C charging cable. Let's go ahead and jump right into the device and talk about how it feels. Now, first impressions, this is a tall device. That square screen really does give a lot of height, and it definitely gives the device a more compact look and feel. However, one of the big benefits I found from having a taller device like that is that it makes it much roomier for your hands. In fact, as I hold it on the back here, I have plenty of space for all 4 fingers, which is usually not common with a lot of other handhelds. In addition, it takes away from that cramped feeling you will sometimes get when playing a horizontal handheld. Because the device is so tall, it sits higher up in my palms, which means my thumbs are more extended. And as an added bonus, it's still very easy to access the analog sticks without having to reach down. If anything, it feels like it's at the center of the device. It's very comfortable feeling. And like I mentioned, there is plenty of room on the back for all 4 of your fingers, so that makes it really comfortable to hold. So when it comes down to it, we're looking at a device with a pretty large screen at 4 inches, but then also is very comfortable to hold. On top of that, it has a fairly compact design, which just feels good in the hands. So yes, first impressions here, I'm very happy with how this is built. One slight design update is they've added a grippy texture to the bottom left and right corners. And this is a kind of textured feel that sometimes you'll find on the back of controllers. Now it doesn't extend to the sides of the device, but it is there on the back as well. And personally, I like this setup. It makes it so it feels less slick in the hands, and the grippy part fits really well into the meat of your palms. Kinda wish it was on the sides as well, but I'm pretty happy with how it is here. The grips here also don't block these front-firing speakers, which is pretty awesome. Now let's talk about controls, starting with the D-pad. Now the D-pad is a rubber membrane connection, very similar to other Powkiddy devices, and so it has a more classic and retro feel to it, which is very fitting for this device. Now just rolling it around and getting a feel for it, it does feel a little bit loose in the hands. I wouldn't go so far as to call it mushy because it's still very responsive, it just feels a little bit loose in that membrane. And that will come into play with certain games, so we'll start with the Contra test. In this example, I push down the D-pad and then rock it back and forth. Ideally, the character would only minimally move, but as you can see right here, he is moving all over the place. So this means that we have some pretty loose diagonals, and so depending on the game that you're playing, you might get a false input here and there. Now there is a silver lining to this, and that comes when you're playing a Capcom-style fighting game. Because the diagonals are so easy to hit, it is very easy to pull off the moves here. So this is a D-pad that I would say is 100% Hadoukenable and Shoryukenable, but when it comes to very precise inputs, up, down, left, and right, you may get a false diagonal here and there. Now this can be fixed by opening up the device and putting a little bit of electrical tape on the D-pad, and there's a ton of tutorials out there on both Reddit and YouTube. So it's definitely not a perfect D-pad, but it is fixable. Next up, we'll talk about analog sticks. So these are the same generic Nintendo Switch style ones that we've seen for many years before. They're also fairly recessed, which will contribute to its pocketability. When it comes to range of motion, it feels just like these sticks that you would find on any of these other handhelds. And I found that when playing certain games, especially arcade games, it worked out just fine. And in terms of positioning, it is actually quite a bit more comfortable than most other handhelds. A lot of that has to do with how tall this device is and the fact that they didn't put the sticks at the very bottom. Instead, it feels very centered in your hands. Now when it comes to functionality, I did find that these sticks were not perfect. For example, when playing analog stick dependent systems like Nintendo 64 and Sega Dreamcast, I did find that the input was a little bit too sensitive. Basically, as soon as you press down on that analog stick, it's going to go to 100%. And depending on the type of game you're playing, like Mario Kart right here, it might feel like a little bit too much. And so that's what I mean by it being a little bit overly sensitive. I wish that there was more nuance to this stick. Now another issue I found is that when playing PSP, it didn't seem to register